Oh, don't we live this time? Oh, we live on the right channel, man. Come on. Oh, we live. Man, I give every concession to you, and you're still gonna make it hard. Okay. All right, we are live. Right, let's get it in. We live.
Alrighty, everybody. Minister Brother Derek here. I just want to do this real quick.
So we live.
4:39. So let's go ahead and get it. Let's just go ahead and get this. I'm going to drop it for you. Stop, look, and listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. Jesus put an offer on the table, and everyone out there is now able to come home with God in your heart. You're never alone. If you believe me, you don't need that weed. Give Jesus a hug and put down those drugs. The victory over death is already won. So why are you picking up that gun? If this word is activated and fake, why do you need that alcoholic drink? Because the devil tells you, he rules you, he fools you. But the minister is here to school you. I'm here to preach. I'm here to teach. And it's you I'm trying to reach through this song that I composed. When Jesus comes back, only God knows. Are you ready or are you sitting heavy? Are you ready or are you sitting heavy? You won't be if you follow me. Alright, come on with it now. Oh God, what can I say about thee? You still love us sinners and you offer your grace for free. I'm not worthy, but you still search me out of a life of sin. And with Jesus' help, I know I can win. I love serving my Lord. He opens the door to a relationship with God. This is the only way in. In the name of Jesus, I always pray and I lay myself as a footstool for the lost demons. I know that for me, it's not true to be a believer, but I'm not with my soul in the hands of a deceiver, a wicked devil who brings nothing but trouble. I put my desires on ice and on for reaching paradise. A day with no pain, no stress. You gave me the way, and now I'm blessed. You can test me, and the devil stress me. But baby, hell is one place I don't want to see. So stop, look, and listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. Are you ready or are you sitting heavy? Stop, look, and listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. Minister, Brother Derek. I hope y'all enjoyed that. Peace, everyone. Minister, Brother Derek. I'm coming at y'all real. And that's what I did. It's really hard to be a Christian in 2020. Yes, it is. Everybody seems to have a double standard on us. And we don't get no respect in the world. We are considered weak. We are considered strong. We are considered dumb for believing in the book. But yet these people have no morals. And you see what the world is going through. We get no credit. So this is for those who are thinking, who are amazing, who are thinking on the team. Let's get it. Every day I dance before the Lord. searching for it. I welcome all the stripes along with my neighbors in the book of life. Let my light shine, let it broadcast worldwide. I let Jesus just be my God, and if he let me live another day, I can take you to come to the people of faith. Stop being selfish, God said it. Come to God and start winning. Minister Brother Derek, let's get it. Welcome to the Minister Brother Derek Show, and I am Minister Brother Derek. I just want to say that I love Jesus, and that's the title of this song. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us. Can't get enough. I love my Jesus. Well, people say to keep it real, but here's the deal. If you're not saved, you're missing out. If you're not born again, your future is in doubt. Your body wasn't made to last. When your time comes, it will be reduced to ash. Your flesh will rot, but your life will not. You know your soul will go on forever, so you better realize that you need God, or you will be surprised by the pain of a flame that never goes out. The pits of hell, where the heat swells up, there's no relief, not for a moment of peace. The agony and cries never cease, and someone in the background singing, burn, baby, burn. This isn't normal. Burn, baby, burn. I'm a walking inferno. But seriously though, this will happen if Jesus come back and finds you napping. See, no one knows the time of day, but if you follow the word, it won't matter anyway. Because in heaven, no one will ever be sick or shed a tear. So in this realm, I show no fear. What you gonna do? Kill me? Make me a martyr? Give me a head start? Put me on the fast track? So keep macking, keep stacking, keep on shacking up. But get caught napping and the dig is up. And I just want to say, I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let that devil deceive us. I love you, Jesus. If you think that witnessing to your neighbors is weird, think of foreign countries with statues of idols are revered. Nations of people who don't know God, only mythical concepts like a Alabama or Zara. Most Americans believe in one Lord, one superior being. Christians should be born of souls by the million, but we spend our time fulfilling the desires of our flesh. We won't give Jesus our best effort, but we ask for blessings that we don't deserve. And you wonder why our prayers are not heard. In church, you put down those you really admire. You know you have a desire to make that easy money, drive the fancy car, you feel like a star. When you enter the bars or clubs, deep down your spirit isn't for God or his ways. So why should anybody listen to a darn thing you say? I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us. Let the Holy Spirit lead us. And one more time. I love you, Jesus. All right, y'all, let's get it. Let's get to the Bible study. The Minister Brother Derek Show. Let's get it. Welcome to the Sunday sermon, everyone. This is Brother Derek, Minister Brother Derek. And, you know, I want to come to you. And I want to tell you things that you can use and things that'll get you to have a connection with Jesus and God. So I wrote this. So I hope y'all enjoy it. So let's get to it. St. John wrote that Satan accuses us believers before God day and night. The Lord depends on us to do what is right. But our flesh is not tough enough to stand alone. We lean on Jesus so that we're no longer prone. See, if you're slack, you're vulnerable to attack. In many ways, men today are slaves to the greediness of his flesh. Money, women, and cars, sports, pornography, and bars. But these are the things that God hates. So he separates and chastises us till we change our ways, humble ourselves, and pray. Remember, the house on the hill, you can't take it with you. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart and your thoughts and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace and I wish you well. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, your creed or race, by believing in Jesus, we're all going to the same place. And that's good to know that God loves us all, black and white, short or tall. He only asks us to be more like him. Then you won't want to sin. Let God into your heart and make a fresh start. You have a clean slate. Jesus' blood makes you pure in God's eyes. So stay vigilant and keep the evil and this world at a distance. Ignore the devil's resistance. He's hoping that you slip. He chips away at your face and you drift away from God's grace. But bring to Jesus, he'll mediate on your behalf. The devil has many demons on his staff, scowling, shouting things in your ear, chipping away at your self-esteem while you daydream. So be alert. Then go to the Father and tell Satan and his armies, man, don't even bother. But I say this, that house on the hill, you can't take it with you. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart and your thoughts and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace. I wish you well. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, your creed or race. By believing in Jesus, we're all going to the same place. People are talking about struggling, saying life is hard, rough, you got to be tough. But there's nothing harder than standing up to God. Evil is rampant. Even in our nation today, morality is gone. That's why our society says no right or wrong. Fulfill your wants. Go along with the crowd or feel the wrath of that tongue. This country's going to hell in a basket, no a casket. And if you speak, you're labeled a fanatic, a Bible quoting, scripture quoting do-gooder who's living in a fantasy world, waiting for a heaven that never comes. But God's will be done. You can't stop it. You're on the wrong side. Swallow your pride and humble yourself. Ignore the traps of this world. Study the word and let the knowledge of thorough. Because I'm telling you, that house on the hill, you can't take it with you. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart and your thoughts and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace and I wish you well. This is Minister Brother Derek, and this is the new theme song for our Sunday sermon in the Bible study. Peace, everybody. Much love to you.
All right, y'all. I'm not gonna cam up, but let's get through this. Welcome to the show, everybody. I'm glad I got them 4 songs. It allowed me to lay down. All right, let's get to it. All right, y'all. The topic of today's Bible study is, do we have the right to question God? Who are we to question God? Do we have the right to question God's decisions? Have you lost a loved one? Have you lost a job? Have you lost a mate? And did you ask God, I didn't do nothing wrong. Why am I taking an L? Do you think that human beings have the authority, have the right to question God on anything that he does? That's our topic today. Me personally, I believe that we have the right to question because that's what I do. I look at things and then I question. Why ain't this being done? Why isn't that being done? But I don't feel that I have the right to tell God anything. You know, when I got away from church and I was separated from Jesus and God after the death of my baby girl, I questioned, why? Why, God, would you take my baby girl when I'm busting my butt to take care of her? Yet my other siblings have children and they ain't doing nothing. My brother eventually got himself together and he's doing great. I wish I was doing as good as he was doing great now. Why did you take my child? And I left the church. I really didn't feel like I wanted to be close to God. I see all these women laying around here with these bastard kids and they can't find a man to take care of them. Yet their kids are alive. Why is mine not? Was I wrong to question God? No, I wasn't wrong to question God. But I was wrong believing God. Everything that got me in the position that I'm in now is because I left the safety of God. And I went on and I took my chance with the devil. It got me nowhere. Yeah, I had cars. Yeah, I had jewelry. I had women. But I was never happy. And I kept chasing. And luckily, I was too smart to mess with drugs. Luckily, I was too smart to be an alcoholic. Luckily, I was too smart to get burnt by any sexual. But I threw myself on a crack table with the devil after living so many years holy and so no, I don't think I was wrong to question why God did what he did. But I was wrong to blame him and to leave him. When in actuality, the baby's mother wasn't in it. The first 10 days of her life, I was not able to protect the baby from her mother. way the court system set up, women get most of the rights. You had to literally prove that they junkies to get a child out their arms. I don't know where you live, but here it's very difficult. You hear somebody like a Tommy Sotomayor whine about child support. He should be glad that his children live so he can pay child support. Child support was never an issue. Even though I didn't even want the mother. I wanted my child to have a mother and father. When I found out what she was really like, I wanted to get rid of her. But I put myself in that situation, not God. God didn't put me there. I put myself there. So how can I blame God? If she was not taken, would she be a ratchet running around? Would she be on social media showing her boobs? Be on social media lying about STDs just to get some donations and views? Do I have the authority to say anything to God? I put myself in that hole. And there are a lot of you listening right now who have put yourself in that similar kind of hole, or you know somebody that has. And when you see them sit around and say, woe is me, you tell them what I'm telling you right now. You put yourself in that hole. Don't blame God. You did it. And if you did it, how can you question the consequences of the action that you put into play? If the weatherman tell you that it's going to be a tropical storm and you got tickets for a cruise, y'all going to travel all across the daggone ocean, and the weatherman tell you it's a chance that it might be a tropical storm. If you go, well, I've been waiting all year, I'm going on this cruise, and you go on the cruise and you're in the middle of a tropical storm and you get thrown all over the boat, how can you blame God for that? You were warned, and yet you still chose to get on that boat. How can you go, I can't believe God let this happen to me. We're shipwrecked on a desert island. Oh. Hey, Tony. Do you let things happen in your life that you can stop, that you can control, that you can avoid? And long as it's good, everything gravy. But as soon as something don't go right, do you blame God? This is our topic today. Do you blame God? Let's get to our first article. Is it okay to question God? To question God is not wrong. Uh-oh, I might be right again here. I want to see if I match up with these two articles because we study in the Gospel of Luke, and I was going to roll with that. And somebody sent me a link of TS, and TS actually had a show kind of about religion. And I watched 2 minutes of it, and somebody in the chat was saying that they believe in God, but they don't believe that religion messes it up. They believe in God, but they don't believe in religion. That messes it up. And I said, that person probably questioned God. And that's where I got the idea from this show from. So this is last minute. So let's see if what I said is going to match up with what the scholars say. The question God is not wrong. This is clear due to occasions in the Bible in which people ask God questions, and he was not offended or angered. For example, the book of Habakkuk largely consists of a question and answer format in which the prophet Habakkuk asked God questions regarding his toleration of wrong, and God answered with future predictions of his justice. For example, Habakkuk 1:2 begins by asking, "O Lord, how long should I cry for help, and you will not hear?" The Lord answered with prophecies related to how he would help in the future. That reminds me of Jonah. Wasn't Jonah in the whale? And wasn't Jonah sent to tell the people if they didn't repent that God would smite them? But Jonah didn't go tell the people. And God put him in the belly of a whale. And to get out the whale, Jonah had to go tell the people, I think of Nineveh, if I'm correct. Tony might can help me with that. But I believe it was the city of Nineveh, if I'm correct. They were doing a lot of foul things, worshiping idols, doing things that God didn't approve of. And he sent Jonah to go talk to the people. And Jonah said, I don't want food with these people. And so, as a punishment, he got put into the belly of a whale. You heard the story, Jonah and the whale. Jonah didn't want to go warn them people. He wanted God to kill them. He thought they deserved to die. They were evil. But God wants to give you a chance. And so he's sending Jonah to warn these people to straighten up. And Jonah is like, I don't want to do it. So he questioned God. Not only questioned God about the people of Nineveh, but he questioned the authority God had to send him there. Why would he send him there? Just get rid of the people. They ain't no good. God told him, I'm sending you there to save these people. Yes, they're doing wrong, but I still love them. I want them to have a chance. And if you go there and you tell them what I told you to say, they will repent. So begrudgingly, he let out the whale, spat him out on the ground, the beach, whatever. And he went to the city and he talked to the people and they repented. Was Jonah wrong to question God? Was Jonah wrong to say, hey, I know you say try to help these people, they beyond help. I want you to smite them. Did Jonah ever do anything wrong in his life? Before God decided to start using him, had Jonah done anything wrong? This is the problem when I have about these people chats and in the world in general. You're so quick to jump on somebody else when they do something wrong, but you don't want nobody to jump on you when you do something wrong. Are y'all getting the lesson? You so quick to jump on somebody else. But when somebody try to tell you something, you get defensive. You don't want to come around no more. Are y'all understanding what I'm trying to say to you? Let's get back to this people here. The Psalms offer another important section of scripture that asks God many questions. These lyrics often seek wisdom or justice. While answers are not always provided, there is no criticism given in scripture regarding such questions. The book of Ecclesiastes is another book in which the author, traditionally Solomon, asked difficult questions about life and sought to find the answers to them through various methods. In the end, the conclusion is given to remember also your Creator in the days of Ecclesiastes 12:1, and to fear God and keep His commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. Ecclesiastes 12:13. Even the heavenly vision of Revelation 6 offers insight into God's attitude towards questions. Those who have been slain for their faith ask, O sovereign Lord, holy and true, how long before you judge and avenge our blood on those who dwell on the earth? Revelation 6:10. God responds with a call to patiently wait until the proper time. When I was a young man and I came across this scripture, I became angry. These people died in your name, and they're waiting for you to take revenge on the people that killed them. And you're like, yeah, I get around to it, it's all good, And as a young man, I didn't understand why these people gotta wait thousands and thousands of years when they died in your name. Why they gotta wait for justice? And as I got older, I realized it's all in time. I keep telling y'all, we human beings are impatient. We don't want to wait. We want it now. Y'all heard that commercial? I want my money now. I don't want to wait. Give me my settlement now. We are impatient. That is a weakness in the human being. We want everything right now when we want it. And I tell y'all, you never know what God got planned for you. You never know. All day, I knew something was going to stop us from doing the sermon. I had a couple dollars left, so I walked down to the store. But I ran into the mechanic. I talked to the mechanic for half an hour. He knows I never come out the house without my mask on. And he sat there and talked to me for half an hour. And he didn't say not one time, why you ain't got a mask on? Where's your mask? You got respiratory problems. Where's your mask? So I started walking to the store. And I got right to the store and realized I didn't have no mask on. I got right to the store and realized I ain't had no mask on. Now I had already made it. I was right in front of the door of the store. Do I turn around and go back? The boyfriend of the downstairs neighbor had actually came out. Why he went around alongside, I don't know. But he started messing. The mechanic had actually cleaned up the little yard with the trash cans and everything. He came and started moving stuff around. When we told him, he just cleaned that up. Well, the mechanic did. He left and went in the door we shared. Slammed it. And the alarm went off. Then he slammed the door again and the warning went off. Right then and there, if I had walked around, I would have looked inside, I would have looked and checked everything, and I would have realized, hey, the 2 white masks that I bought are in the basket. I could have put one of them on. But instead, I walked down to the store. It was a spur of the moment thing, and I said, you've been stalling long enough. Go ahead and walk down here. So I walked down there. I go in the store, everybody in there, mother in there, little kids in there, noses running, sniffling, coughing. I'm like, oh, Jesus. I'm sitting there, I got my shirt over my face. Luckily, I didn't wear the shirt that I'm getting ready to put on now. The shirt that I had for the show today, I didn't put that on. If I'd have had that shirt, I wouldn't have been able to cover my mouth. Luckily, I had on my Miami Heat shirt. I wish I would have had the Ravens jersey on. That's really long. But I kept my face covered the whole time I was in the store. Shirt. I just hope that I didn't catch anything. That's where I was concerned. I started to show up. Everything was fine. I did everything I was supposed to do. And yet, as soon as the show started, I felt like I was going to drop to the floor. So, music was already playing, and there's 4 songs in a row. So I said, well, let me lay down. And that's what I did. I laid down. And I prayed that when that 4th song went off, that I'd be able to get up over here. And I prayed the whole time that I would have the strength to come over here. Even if I can't cam up, at least let me get the sermon done. And I'm sitting here. Still in pain, but I'm sitting here. And we're getting the sermon done. So I'm sorry, Mr. D. You're taking the L. Because I had something to eat. I got something to snack on. I got something to drink. There's no reason for me to feel bad. Just didn't want me to sermon tonight. We doing it. And let's get back to it. But like I said, as a young man, I question this scripture. All the people that have died or been killed in the name of God, they are kept under the altar. Their souls are kept under the altar. So they're already with God. But they waiting for the revenge. They waiting for God to get the people that got them. They waiting to see their souls get tossed in that furnace where they going to turn into a puff of smoke and be gone forever. They're waiting for that. And like, how much longer we gotta wait? Just be patient and slam the door back down. Just be patient. And that's something that we human beings, we need patience. I know sooner or later we're going to get the stimulus check. Be patient. For those of you that might be looking at eviction or losing your home, be patient. For those of you who have lost your jobs and don't know how you're going to put food on the table, relief is coming. Patient. That's one thing that we can learn today. We need to have patience. Have patience and have faith. I know it's hard, especially in times of crisis, but keep that in your mind. Let me check the chat before we continue on. Y'all say I ignore the chat. Naya said cancer if you're not feeling better. Driver said BD get some rest. Tony says I'm heading home from work, y'all. Naya said safe travel, Tony. JD said be safe, Mustafa. JD said he was in the belly of a UFO mothership. Echelon said hello, Derek. He said hello to the chat. This said happy Wednesday. Naya said hey Telly. Naya said hey Liz, driver. Liz said hey Naya, hey Telly. Tony said hey Liz. Tony said Naya dear. Tony said JD, and Liz said hey Tony. All right, chat is caught up. Oh no, look y'all. No, can't be. It can't be. The power of Jesus Christ. The power. I was just talking about this. It's right here. Uh-oh. Don't tell me I'm wrong. Let's find out. I talked about this. I ain't seen this. I hope I don't get embarrassed on my own show. Because right now, we've been 100% correct on everything we said. Oh, Jesus. Am I about to lose? I'm about to take my first L. I got faith. We going to do this. For example, Jonah turned angry when God showed compassion to the people of Nineveh and chose not to judge them and destroy the city as he had commanded Jonah to preach. Jonah 4:2 shares, "O Lord, this is not what I said when I was yet in my country. This is why I made haste to flee to Tarshish, for I knew you are a gracious God and merciful, slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love, and relenting from disaster." God was not pleased with Jonah's response, but instead noted the importance of his compassion upon those who repented at Jonah's preaching. Jonah 4:10-11. So, I was right. Thank you, Holy Spirit. The Spirit told me to say that, and I was right. I had no idea it was in here. I don't read these things. That's what makes it so sweet. A similar interaction can be seen between God and Job. Job 38-42. Coming to the Lord with our questions and concerns is not wrong, but it is rather normal and healthy. However, we must come to the Lord with respect and honor, realizing He is perfect in wisdom and knows all things. He may not always reveal the answers to our questions, but provides exactly what His purpose, what His people need to know to live for Him. Deuteronomy 29:29. All right, that was the first. Let's get to the second one. I had no idea. You gotta love it. Wait a minute, y'all. Hold on. Let me cam up. Hold on a second. You gotta love it. Oh yeah. That just rejuvenated me. My spirit is rejuvenated. Oh yeah. Turn on here. That's what's new. All righty, I'm back. I threw shirt, hat, and credentials on. Where is the webcam? Where am I at? Hit activate. Alrighty. Alrighty. This Bible study, I don't need no tie. Put this phone up here. All right. Let's get to the second article I found at random. And then I got Luke sitting there. We'll get into Luke. What are we on? Luke 8 or Luke 9? I know it's 8 or 9 we on. Is it wrong for Christians to question God? Since this question has been asked by some of my Christian brothers and sisters, and even myself, I decided to see how the Bible handles this decision. Some believe that the question of the Bible, God's direction, or even God himself is tantamount to blasphemy, or on a smaller scale, a sign of disbelief. I think it all goes back to motive. Why are we questioning God on some particular issue or doctrine or direction? If it is simply because we are trying to stall our obedience to God, then we shall best quit. If it's coming from a prideful heart that says, I know better than God, then we are wrong to question. If we question God's authority, then that too is incorrect behavior on our part. If however we question because we desperately want to know the answer, because we desperately want to know who our Lord truly is, because we need to see the light in the midst of our own confusion, then I believe it's appropriate. I think there's a significant difference between questioning that brings wisdom and a fuller understanding of God, and the kind of questioning that simply seeks to validate man and his ways, wanting to go God's way. First, let's look at those who question as a means of understanding God's ways. In Judges 6, we see that the Israelites have been severely oppressed by the Midianites for the past 7 years. Countless times, the Midianites would ravage the crops and livestock and leave the countryside totally impoverished. Then the angel of the Lord appeared to a prophet who happened to be threshing wheat in a winepress. His name was Gideon. Threshing wheat sounds fairly noble, but the reality was Gideon was hunkered down in a winepress because he was afraid the Midianites would see what he was doing and ransack his grain. He was undercover, so to speak. The angel greets Gideon, calling him a mighty warrior, Judges 6:12. But before the angel can instruct Gideon in the way of the Lord, Gideon interrupts with a barrage of questions. In Judges 6:13-14, we read, "But sir," Gideon replied, "if the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? Where are all his wonders that our fathers told us about when they said, did not the Lord bring us up out of Egypt? But now the Lord has abandoned us and put us in the hand of Midian." Gideon just his power and his promises. That's pretty heavy. The amazing thing is that the Lord did not chastise Gideon's questioning spirit. Rather, he answers Gideon with a task to accomplish. Gideon is not excited about this new revelation. Why? He isn't sure that he really heard the Lord. Repeatedly, Gideon falters when told that he is the one God has appointed to save Israel from the Midianites. And repeatedly, the angel of the Lord says that God will be with Gideon. Eventually, a still distraught Gideon has to know for certain that the Lord had truly spoken to him and this really was his will, really was the will of God. So he runs and puts together an offering of bread and a goat and brings them before the angel. According to the instructions given by the angel, Gideon puts the meat and the bread on a rock, and the angel touches the offering with Gideon's staff, and boom, both of them are consumed by fire. Gideon believes. So Gideon had to see something. It wasn't enough that the angel prepared for him, prepared in front of him. He didn't believe. I can think of many more examples of some very godly men and women who struggle with God's will just as much as Gideon. Moses, Abraham, Sarah, Job, doubting Thomas, Peter, etc. And through their questioning, and though their questioning might have made them falter and might have caused them to wait longer for a promise to be fulfilled or to do the right thing, God was with them because he knew that when it came right down to it, these men and women desired to serve God. They just needed to think outside of the box. They needed to gain the right perspective. They needed a lot of encouragement. These are cases when questioning is a sign of an unchanged and unrepentant heart, however. Take the case of the questioning sessions instigated by the Pharisees in the New Testament. These sessions were a means to prove Jesus wrong and validate their own desires and philosophies. How arrogant they must have seemed to our Lord. If your heart is humble before the Lord, not self-righteous, and if you acknowledge God as being the one in control with your best in mind, then don't be afraid to question. Just make sure that when you ask, you are seeking for answers in the right place. You can't question God's will and expect him to honor it if you're not willing to hear the answer. Listening comes in several forms, but all forms start with a submissive and receptive heart. We must be humble before God. We need to have an open Bible before us. Many times I am guilty of asking for better understanding or direction for a reason why I must do what it seems God wants me to do, and instead of prayerfully and calmly sitting at the feet of Jesus and soaking in his word, I am either repeating my question adamantly. I figured God didn't hear me the first time, or I am complaining and feeling sorry for myself, or I am seeking for the answers through other literature rather than the Bible. It's pretty obvious that I am not in the right attitude to listen to God. There's nothing wrong with asking for wisdom. If we don't understand, we need to pray for wisdom, as it says in James chapter 1, believing that God will give it to us. Once we know the answer, then we must put it into practice. God has made it possible for you to know him and experience an amazing change in your own life. Discover how you can find peace with God. You can also send us your prayer requests. All right? All righty. We asked the question, does man have the authority to question God? Is there anybody that got any questions? Anything anybody didn't understand? I'll give y'all a minute. That's what I gotta start doing. I gotta start bookmarking. Oh, wait a minute. Ain't there easier ways you can't do this? Yeah, I think we at 7 to 8. Let's go to 8. I think we at 8. All right, we saw this. Yeah. So we in 9. Oops. All right. All right. When Jesus called the 12 disciples together, he gave them power and authority to drive out all demons and cure diseases. And he sent them out to proclaim the kingdom of God and to heal the sick. He told them, take nothing for the journey. No staff, no bag, no bread, no money, no extra shirt. Whatever house you enter, stay there until you leave that town. If people do not welcome you, leave that town and shake the dust off your feet as a testimony against them. This is what people don't understand. When they wonder why, when they go to church, they put money in the collection plate, or why they have to tithe. The ministers, the priests, the teachers of the law, whatever you want to call them, they are not allowed to own property. They are not allowed to work. They are taken care of by the people. The people of their ministry provide for them. They provide from them the word of God, and they take care of the needs of the people. Moses' brother Aaron, the Levites, they were the priests. They could not own land. Everything that they ate was given to them by the people. Everything that they had was given to them by the people. When you sacrifice the animal to get rid of your sins, the fat from the animal was burnt on the altar, but the meat was given to the Levites to survive. If you brought grain, if you was a farmer, brought apples, the Lord don't eat. That was for the sons of Aaron, your priest. You took care of them. You're required to give 10% of your income to the clergy. It's been that way since back then. People still moan and groan. So Jesus sent untrained men to go into the villages and to preach. And if somebody didn't want to hear it, didn't take them seriously because they wasn't dressed nice, or they didn't speak in a certain way, he said, leave the town, shake the dust off your sandals. Don't even take that negativity. Don't even take the dust of that town into the next one. So when you are in church and that plate is passed around and you act like you don't see it, you get up and walk away. You tell them, pass it over you. You're pretty much telling Jesus and God to wipe you off of them and to go on to the next person. A lot of y'all ain't gonna like hearing that. I know some of y'all, I ain't putting no money in there. Shoot, daggone Reverend got Cadillac. Shoot, they doing all right. Everybody else put money in there. He don't need my money. God said you are to put that money. If you go and attend that service, you are required to pay 10%. Now you can lie to yourself and make up all kinds of reasons, but would you really let 10% separate you between you and God? Would you really let your tithe separate you between you and God? That's something he commanded you to do, and if you are in opposition to it, then you are in opposition to God. And that means you are separate from God. So if you say that you are a child of God, you're a child of Jesus, and yet you go against that command, you're lying to yourself and you're lying to everybody else. You're supposed to give 10% to the church. You're supposed to take care of your preacher, your priest, your minister, your elder, whatever you call them in your religion. If you ain't doing it, you ain't doing what God commanded you. So how can you say that you are of God? So he says, take nothing for your journey. No staff, no bag, no bread, no money, no extra shirt. Whatever house you enter, stay there until you leave that town. If people do not welcome you, leave that town and shake the dust off your feet as a testimony against them. That means they're going to be blotted out. So they set out and went from village to village proclaiming the good news and healing people everywhere. Now Herod the Tetrarch heard about all that was going on and was perplexed, because some were saying that John had been raised from the dead, others that Elijah had appeared, and still others that one of the prophets of long ago had come back to life. But Herod said, I beheaded John. Who then is this that I hear such things about? And he tried to see him. When the apostles returned, they reported to Jesus what they had done. Then he took them with him, and they withdrew by themselves to a town called Bethsaida. But the crowds learned about it and followed him. He welcomed them and spoke to them about the kingdom of God and healed those that needed healing. Late in the afternoon, the 12 came to him and said, send the crowd away so we can go to the surrounding villages and countrysides and find food and lodging, because we are in a remote place here. Jesus replied, you give them something to eat. The 12 answered and said, we only have 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish, unless we go and buy food for all this crowd. About 5,000 men were there. He said to his disciples, have them sit down in groups of about 50 each. The disciples did so, and everyone sat down. Taking the 5 loaves and the 2 fish and looking up to heaven, he gave thanks and broke them. Then he gave them to the disciples to distribute to the people. They ate and all were satisfied, and the disciples picked up 12 basketfuls of broken pieces that were left over. Once when Jesus was praying in private and his disciples were with him, he asked them, who do the crowd say I am? They replied, some say John the Baptist, others say Elijah, and still others that one of the prophets of long ago has come back to life. Jesus asked, but what about y'all? Who do y'all say I am? Peter answered, God's Messiah. Jesus strictly warned them not to tell this to anyone, and he said, the Son of Man must suffer many things and be rejected by the elders, the chief priests, and the teachers of the law, and he must be killed, and on the 3rd day be raised to life. Then he said, whoever wants to be my disciple must deny themselves and take up their cross daily and follow me. For whoever wants to save their life will lose it, but whoever loses their life for me will save it. What good is it for someone to gain the whole world and yet lose or forfeit their very self? Whoever is ashamed of me and my words, the Son of Man will be ashamed of them when he comes in his glory, and in the glory of the Father and of the holy angels. Truly I tell you, some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the kingdom of God. I want y'all to understand what Jesus is saying. They will not taste death before they see the kingdom of God. They will not die until they stand before him on Judgment Day. When you close your eyes, you don't die. You've already shown that. that you either go to paradise or you go to baby hell. Some call it Hades, some call it Sheol, some call it hell. But the second death doesn't occur. Second death doesn't occur until you either get to go on to the next level or you get thrown in the furnace after being judged by Jesus Christ. That's why he said they will not test death before they see me when they stand in front of him at the throne. For those of y'all that didn't know what he meant. Let's keep going. The Transfiguration. About 8 days after Jesus said this, he took Peter, John, and James with him and went up onto a mountain to pray. As he was praying, the appearance of his face changed, and his clothes became as bright as a flash of lightning. 2 men, Moses and Elijah, appeared in glorious splendor, talking with Jesus. They spoke about his departure, which he was about to bring to fulfillment at Jerusalem. Peter and his companions were very sleepy, but when they became fully awake, they saw his glory and the 2 men standing with him. As the men were leaving Jesus, Peter said to him, Master, is it good for us to be here? Let us put up 3 shelters, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah. He did not know what he was saying. And while he was speaking, a cloud appeared and covered them, and they were afraid as they entered the cloud. A voice came from the cloud saying, This is my son, who I have chosen. Listen to him. When the voice had spoken, they found that Jesus was alone. The disciples kept them to themselves, not tell anyone at that time what they had seen. I want to go back to this last verse because it's not in the book of Luke. But when Jesus said this, Peter said, when Jesus said this, the Son of Man must suffer many things and be rejected by the elders, right? The chief priests and the teachers of the law, and he must be killed on the 3rd day, be raised to life. Peter stood up and said, nobody will kill you. I got you. And Jesus told to him and he said, be quiet, devil. You're not going to stop what I came to do. Peter said, I'm not going to let nothing happen to you. I will die. And Jesus told him, before the rooster crows 3 times, you're going to deny me. Before the rooster crows, you're going to deny me 3 times. And he did. We'll find out later on. Let's get back. Let me take the chat real quick. See what everybody's saying. Nobody's saying nothing. All right. Over here. About 8 days after Jesus said this, he took Peter, John, and James with him and went up onto a mountain to pray. As he was praying, the appearance of his face changed, and his clothes became as bright as a flash of lightning. 2 men, Moses and Elijah, appeared in glorious splendor. Talking with Jesus, they spoke about his departure, which he was about to bring to fulfillment at Jerusalem. Peter and his companions were very sleepy, but when they became fully awake, they saw his glory. Oh, we already saw that. Not bad. The next day when he came down from the mountain, a large crowd met him. A man in the crowd called out, Teacher, I beg you to look at my son, for he is my only child. A spirit seizes him and he suddenly screams. It throws him into convulsion so that he foams at the mouth. It scarcely ever leaves him and is destroying him. I begged your disciples to drive it out, but they could not. You unbelieving and perverse generation, Jesus replied. How long shall I stay with you and put up with you? Bring your son here. Even while the boy was coming, the demon threw him to the ground in a convulsion, but Jesus rebuked the impure spirit, healed the boy, and gave him back to his father. and they were all amazed at the greatness of God. But everyone was marveling at what Jesus said to his disciples, "Listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. The Son of Man is going to be delivered into the hands of men." But they did not understand what this meant. It was hidden from them, so that they did not grasp it. They were afraid to ask him about it. An argument started among the disciples as to which one of them would be the greatest. Jesus, knowing their thoughts, took a little child and had him stand beside him. Then he said to him, "Whoever welcomes this little child in my name welcomes me. And whoever welcomes me welcomes the one who sent me. For it is the one who is least among you all who is the greatest." Master John said, "We saw someone driving out demons in your name, and we tried to stop him because he is not one of us." "Do not stop him," Jesus said, "for whoever is not against you is for you." So, the Apostle John snitched on another believer. Wasn't one of the 12. But he was going around doing great things in Jesus' name. And he gonna tell him, "Hey, that dude is over there doing what you told us to do. And we told him to stop. That's only for us, right?" See, that's man. If you really are trying to bring people Jesus, they're going to have gifts. And shouldn't they be able to use their gifts? You think that only y'all 12 are going to be able to? See, this is the problem. I noticed that people like to click up. And when somebody new come, they don't want to let them in. They got to check them out and instead of just waiting, because everybody show you who they is, rather than waiting to see who they is, they already ready to block them. "You can't come in here. You don't belong here. Who are you?" Why not wait and find out? And then make a decision. If the man is doing good, why do you care? If a woman is doing good, why do you care? Why does it bother you? And that's what Jesus is saying. Whoever is not against you is for you. If they for you, why are you worried about what they doing? Why are you worried about what they doing? But we as human beings, we want to know what everybody doing. We want to know everything. Even if it's none of our business, we still want to know. As the time approached for him to be taken up to heaven, Jesus resolutely set out for Jerusalem. And he sent messengers on ahead, who went into a Samaritan village to get things ready for him. But the people there did not welcome him, because he was heading for Jerusalem. When the disciples and James saw this, they asked, "Lord, do you not want us to call fire down from heaven to destroy them?" But Jesus turned and rebuked them. Then he and his disciples went to another village. So they went to a Samaritan village. The Samaritans didn't want them there. Get out. They don't know no better. Why do you want to burn them up? As they were walking along the road, a man said to him, "I will follow you wherever you go." Jesus replied, "Foxes have dens and birds have nests, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head." Then he said to another man, "Follow me." But he replied, "Lord, first let me go and bury my father." Jesus said to him, "Let the dead bury their own dead, but you go and proclaim the kingdom of God." Still another said, "I will follow you, Lord, but first let me go back and say goodbye to my family." Jesus said, "No one who puts a hand to the plow and looks back is fit for service in the kingdom of God." So let's tackle the first one. Jesus said to another man, "Follow me." And the man said, "Lord, first let me go and bury my father." We've been here before. Jesus said to him, "Let the dead bury their own dead. But if you go and proclaim the kingdom of God. If y'all listen to that, Jesus is telling you. You know the truth. If they're not willing to learn the truth, let somebody else bury them. They're going to die anyway in the furnace. But you come with me. And let's go save some people from that furnace. Well, I got to go back and, say goodbye to my father. If your father has heard the word and has not come, why are you worrying about sin? You should be confident that he'll hear the word and you'll be able to see him again. The next level. So why do you got to go say goodbye? You don't think your father gonna make it? That's why you got to go say goodbye? People that are dead, they dead and gone. They ain't gonna know if you come back. A funeral is for the people left behind. It's not for the person that died. No one who puts a hand to the plow and looks back is fit for service in the kingdom of God. You're with Jesus or you're not. And if you're not, there ain't no need in you coming. Because you're not going to stay. You're going to hit a little bit of hardship and you're going to fall back. You're going to drift away. And you're going to be facing the second death. So if you look back, you ain't fit. Stay where you are. Have fun now, and then in the end, get ready to get thrown in the furnace. Jesus said a clear day. Let me take the chat real quick. Hey man, something wrong with that chat. Chat not updating. Ain't nobody said nothing all the time. Am I wasting my time? Oh, I can't pull it up. I did. So let's go on to the next one. Actually, how long have we been on? Have we done? Been on for an hour and 10 minutes. We got some videos. So we'll stop at Luke 9 and we'll pick up on Saturday after the sermon on Saturday. And we'll go to Luke 10 on Saturday. Maybe one day this week we'll come back to Luke 10. Maybe later on in this show. But we got some links to look at. So let me... Oh, the chat was updated. Nobody not saying nothing? Not since 8:53? Hold on a second, y'all. I'm hearing some sounds downstairs. All right. So, wait a minute. Where did I put them? I don't know if I showed y'all this, but I think it's worth showing again. I don't know if I showed y'all this. I think it's worth showing again. But if I showed you this already, I'm sorry. What's that? That's good right there. Somebody tell me what the hell. I'm not gonna say nothing. A picture is worth 1,000 words. A picture is worth 1,000 words. We're not gonna say nothing. But a picture is worth 1,000 words. That's what you gotta do to get views. Really? Okay. All right. I shouldn't have done it. But God darn it. That is ridiculous. You wanna get mad? Let them get mad. I don't care. That's ridiculous. All right. Let's go to Liz real quick. That's where I put him at. It went way up the top. God darn. Right. All right, y'all, here's our first link from Fox News.
The FBI warning Chicago police about a pact among street gangs to shoot on sight any officer who draws their weapon on someone in public. This as the city grapples with the rise in violent crime. Shootings are up more than 80% from last August. Police Superintendent David Brown on the disturbing trend.
Violent offenders have acted with impunity, much more than we've seen in the past so far this year. And I think 51 officers being shot at or shot in 1 year, I think that quadruples any previous year in Chicago's history. So I think there's more than a suggestion that people are seeking to do harm to cops.
Joining me now is former police officer and Chicago Alderman Anthony Napolitano. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
This is a really distressing and scary story. And it goes along with that rise in violence that we have been talking about in Chicago. Let me ask you, you talk to cops on the street there now. What kinds of things do they say and what do they need?
Yeah, I talk to cops on a regular basis. Where I live up on the northwest side, it's known as Copland. This is where mostly all your police officers and firefighters and city workers live. They realize what's going on. We've all been saying it as a group in a neighborhood the last 5-8 years. This anti-police movement, this defund the police movement has created a brazen attitude with criminals in the city of Chicago. And we knew then that this is what it was going to bring. We knew that criminals were going to be so emboldened to put bounties on police officers. We saw this coming and we warned people of it, and it fell on deaf ears. And now we're dealing with this just ridiculous ideology to defund the police, asking to take money away from the police. We need more police officers on the street. These police officers are scared.
Specifically, let me just ask you on that front, because specifically, there hasn't been a movement necessarily in Chicago in the budget to defund police, and Lori Lightfoot has said that she is not behind defunding the police. Do you mean it's more of the sentiment around the country that contributes to that, or what are you saying?
I believe it has a lot to do with the country, but let it be known, there are aldermen in the city of Chicago that are pushing to defund the police. I'm very proud that our mayor stood up against this and is supporting this not to happen. But you have aldermen getting ready to go into our budget in October and to pull funds away from the police officers. And they're selling false hope to communities like the city is going to create businesses with this. That's not what we do. Budgeting goes towards an umbrella to protect businesses and citizens in the city of Chicago. So in turn, we get more businesses to come here. We're losing businesses because there's no security here right now. They're selling false hope to people, and this is wrong the way they're going about doing this. We have, I'd say, up to 10 aldermen that are pushing this.
When you see the uptick in crime, what is it that officers on the street say that they need? What would turn this around?
We need help. We've been saying it for day one. Bring in the National Guard. We did it in 2012, but we had NATO in the city of Chicago. We brought in federal help. We brought in the Department of Defense even to help us. And at times people say, well, that was help to protect the dignitaries. Well, how about we just protect people? How about we protect businesses? How about we stick up for our city and protect our city?
Well, this report about shoot on sight and putting a bounty on the heads of those police officers is outrageous and horrible. Everyone, I'm sure, would condemn this together. Thank you so much for coming on today. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you so much for having me.
I appreciate.
Welcome back to the Daily Briefing. We are now joined by Acting Homeland Security Secretary Chad Wolf, who was with the president during his visit to Kenosha, Wisconsin yesterday. Secretary, thank you for joining us. I wanted to ask you about the National Guard impact on these flare-ups, these protests, the riots, the looting. When you bring in the National Guard, tell me how you see the significant difference that makes.
Well, we saw it in Kenosha very specifically. We brought in about 1,000 National Guard as well as about 200 DOJ civil law enforcement officers. Those are folks from the U.S. Marshals, ATF, as well as the FBI. And so, again, not only those two groups, but working with the state and local law enforcement there in Kenosha were able to address violent activity that we saw there for 3 or 4 nights. So, again, the National Guard, they know how to do this. They know the crowd control techniques. They know their city, their state, and to be able to operate there. So we've seen it work in a number of cases. You saw it in Minneapolis as well. So again, we encourage any other city or state that's having violent activity, some of these violent rioting that we see across our screens every day. If it outpaces your resources, call the federal government. We'll provide some resources, and we'll get you the resources that you need.
I wanted to ask you about something that did happen in Kenosha that I think it would be just interesting to get your take on, because there's a young man. His name is, let me just get it for you here. I have it on my phone, excuse me. His name is Matthew Banta. I'll show you his mugshot here. So this is a man who is considered a Antifa leader, a commander, and he was arrested in Kenosha. He's not from Kenosha. And he had a weapon, a flamethrower, but then he had, according to the New York Post report, he was already out because he had out on bond or out on bail because he had a weapon. He wasn't supposed to have another weapon. They arrested him again, but then they let him go on $2,500 bond. So if there is no punishment for breaking the law and then breaking your commitment to law enforcement to not have another weapon, and then they're out on the street again, how can any of these cities get control of this?
Well, we're certainly doing all we can, again, with the Department of Justice to try to charge these individuals with federal crimes. What we've seen, and Dana, you indicated, a number of folks in Kenosha, out of the 175 arrests that have been made there locally, 100 individuals are from out of state. So we know they're traveling. We know they're traveling from places like Portland to D.C. to Kenosha, Sacramento, to other places. We know they are moving. But again, we're trying to get as many on federal charges as possible. When it comes down to state charges, it's up to the local district attorneys. We see some district attorneys taking a very strange approach and posture. For instance, the district attorney in Portland has advertised a series of crimes that he's not going to prosecute. That involves interfering with a law enforcement officer, criminal trespassing, and others. And that sets a very dangerous precedent. It fosters this environment that the violence is okay, and it draws people to those communities. So we're not even going to be working at this from the federal level, but also, again, with cities, with states, and their district attorneys.
Seems like an and certainly help law enforcement be able to get their job done and to do it safely. Wanted to ask you about another topic. ABC News is reporting that the Department of Homeland Security withheld an intel bulletin in July that had an assessment that Russia was going to try to attack Joe Biden for being mentally weak, for maybe having dementia, and now you have some in Congress saying that this was inappropriate, that you should have released this information, that you were trying to hide it. How do you respond to that?
Well, some of the accusations in the ABC story that you reference is completely inaccurate. Again, I would say what we do at the department every day regarding election security and our cybersecurity and infrastructure security agency has been hard at work on this for the last 4 years. We saw 2 years ago a very safe and secure election. We're continuing to work very hard at this leading up to November, and we have called out malign actors such as Russia, China, and Iran. The report that you reference was, at the end of the day, a very poorly written report. I had questions about it when I talked to career officials in INA in the office that produced the report. They also had questions about it. They're hard at work on rewriting that report, putting it in some better context, and I hope to see that report out soon. But again, I'm going to continue to do my job, make sure that the information coming out of the department is first rate. Again, when we talk about reports out of DHS, this is the same office, unfortunately, that I had concerns about at the beginning of August, where they put out notices regarding members of the press and leaking information. So this is a systemic issue that we're trying to resolve here inside the department, and we'll continue to do that. But we'll continue also to talk about election security, calling out a number of these nation-state actors.
What is your level of confidence right now about how we will be able to keep our election secure with it only being about 64 days away?
Yeah, again, from a DHS perspective, we're focused on any cyber threats regarding election infrastructure. And I can say that we're working with all 50 secretaries of state, a number of other jurisdictions as well as the major election technology companies. So I think we have a pretty good handle on it. We have not seen any specific intelligence or threats targeting election infrastructure, but we do know the capability is there, and we'll certainly be on top of it.
But not only the capability, but do you think that the will is there? Do you see an uptick in activity?
Absolutely. Again, we'll see in the intelligence assessment that came out in August, certainly it continues to identify China, Russia, and Iran as not only having the capabilities, but certainly the desire to sow that discourse and try to have that influence in our elections. But again, we've got a number of folks within the federal government, not only the DHS, but the IC community, Department of Justice, and others that are hard at work on this issue. And again, from a DHS perspective, making sure that when you go to the polls, that election infrastructure.
All righty, the first part of that was good. The second part, who cares? I'm being honest. You know that white boy was able to get out both times because of the good old boy network. For that man to sit there and try to blame Democrats for the good old boy network, when Republicans benefit from the good old boy network too. That was a black man, he wouldn't have got out. And you know it. Now, he had a gun the first time, they let him out on bail. And he had a flamethrower the second time, and his bail was only $2,500. That ain't the good old boy network. I don't know what it is. Somebody talk to me. Somebody explain. That's the good old boy network. Had that been somebody of color, they wouldn't have got out.
Age 49 to 60.
Oops. All right, we sticking with Fox News.
Breaking tonight, we are tracking multiple developing stories, including this one. Yes, from San Francisco. Look at your screen. Fox News has exclusively obtained this security footage showing Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, at least in name only, getting her hair done at a San Francisco salon, despite local officials forcing all salons to remain closed because of coronavirus concerns. Well, as per usual, the rules don't apply to Nancy Pelosi. The owner of that salon is infuriated. We have all of those details and video coming up. Also tonight, evidence has emerged that I, yours truly, and others were illegally monitored by our government. Full details and a full report from John Sullivan. Also tonight, we'll do something the mob and the media will never do, a special Hannity investigation into the Democrats' radical socialist agenda. We'll take a deep dive tonight into the Bernie Biden manifesto. And later, we'll also unravel the latest baseless smears from the media mob, of course, the #1 donors to the Democratic Party. Tonight, though, it is clear Democrats, they're terrified, they're desperate. Their candidate, we all know he's weak and feeble. Now, their radical socialist platform is the most extreme of any major party in history. The riots they once, well, pretty much all out, wouldn't say a negative thing about, lied about, denied were even happening. They told us they were peaceful. Then, of course, they tried to ignore them. And as a result of their lies, their failure of leadership, well, this is now completely out of control. These.
All right, I tried. You talking about Biden? Biden ain't the president. Biden ain't letting nothing happen. Trump is. Last I checked, Joe Biden was a candidate. He's not the president. This stuff didn't happen under Obama and Biden. This stuff is happening under President Trump. Where is his leadership? Sean Hannity, you a douche. And I'm sorry to say it, he a douche. Somebody don't like it too bad, he a douche. I gave him a chance. Gave the douche. So we know he a douche. Where is it?
What the ladies talking about?
All right, y'all. Our boy is back. I don't get flagged for that music though. Oh, by the way, y'all know we got flagged. Wasn't it, Tony? They gave us that video we watched, HBO. The video we watched about the blown up buildings and the children playing in the playground. We got copyrighted for that video, and we got lucky that they didn't strike down the channel. I edited it out, and it took all day, but I think the video should be back up by now. I edited at 9 this morning, so it should be ready, and y'all should be able to see the video from last night. Luckily, we didn't get struck. All right, this is our boy Willie D.
Dickens. As we continue to demand justice for Breonna Taylor, new information regarding the raid on her home and the subsequent investigation continues to surface. It was recently revealed that the drug suspect officers were looking for when they raided Breonna's home and fatally shot her was offered a plea deal last month to name Breonna Taylor as a drug trafficker. DeMarcus Glover, the focus of a series of Louisville police raids, including one in which officers shot and killed Breonna Taylor, was offered a plea bargain last month if he would admit that Breonna was a member of his organized crime syndicate, records show. As a part of the July 13 offer, Glover was to acknowledge that over a period of time through April 22nd, he and several co-defendants, including Breonna, engaged in organized crime by trafficking large amounts of drugs into the Louisville community. Glover, a convicted felon with a history of drug trafficking, turned down the plea offer from the Jefferson Commonwealth's attorney's office. It would have resulted in a possible 10-year prison sentence for charges of criminal syndication, drug trafficking, and gun charges. If he had taken the plea, Glover could have possibly been released on probation instead of serving prison time. That decision would have been left up to the sentencing judge. Bam, check it out. These people, if they had spent more time working on the case instead of trying to manufacture a case, perhaps you wouldn't have had a 26-year-old woman murdered in her bed at her own house by the police who are supposed to be, riding around, protecting people, preventing crime instead of committing crime. I told y'all, fam, it's a lot more to this story, and this is one of the main reasons why the Attorney General, the black dude, Sambo ain't your herd. This is why he won't bring charges on those officers, because if they go down, more dominoes go down. I'm telling you, fam, it's way deeper. And I think that it's so deep that we'll never really know the true story behind it. But what I do know, or at least I suspect, and I'm pretty good at stuff like this. I personally believe that the police went there with the intention of killing Breonna Taylor. Keep in mind, fam, I recently reported that a report was leaked, a memo was leaked that talked about how this guy Joshua had a previous relationship with Breonna, some type of friendship, where she actually
so now you're the only person to say
jail
anything.
In 2019.
Naya is the only person to say anything.
He also was linked to phone calls with her, at least 3 phone calls.
A lot of people say, that we've gone racist. But we show you who the real racists are, and we show you how it affects you. I want y'all to imagine this. Instead of them saying, we made a mistake and we killed a young lady for no reason at all. No reason at all. He used her cell phone and they traced her house down off of that cell phone. They trying to find this dude, and anybody he had contact with, they going and raiding their homes. They had no proof that he lived there, but yet they went with a no-knock warrant and kicked the door in. And somebody shot back at the punks, and they all emptied their guns out. The same way that man emptied his gun into the back of Robert Blake, a coward. And instead of saying that we messed up, they looking for a way out. You keep asking us to trust these people, but look what they do. How can we trust them? Y'all say that I'm racist. No, I'm not. I'm concerned. How do we trust these people? So now they're going to try and get the guy who they were looking for. They finally got him. And they want him to lie and say that Breonna was part of his drug program. When this woman put herself through school and became a paramedic and was doing very well, she didn't need to sell drugs. But they want to try to link her to this dude drug seller, so they can say, well, she was in the syndicate anyway. She was a criminal anyway, so we just got her off the street, we killed her, it's just another Negro, another Negro selling drugs to their people, That's what they tried to do. They were going to let the real criminal get probation so they can get their hot behinds out the frying pan for killing that woman for no reason. But you expect us to sit here and have us be under the authority of these racist cops of this fixed court system. You expect us to sit here and help pay for it. help pay for you screwiness. You got a man that's complaining about President Biden ain't doing nothing and ain't going to do nothing when the president that he worked for ain't done nothing. But we supposed to sit here and act like we don't see you kicking us in the balls and in our hiney at the same time. We supposed to do what you do and just let it go in one ear and get changed in the brain and come out to something else. Y'all see how pitiful this is? Look at all the corruption around Ahmaud Arbery. Look at the corruption around the George Floyd. Look at the corruption around the Breonna Taylor case. They actually, the man they kicked the door down to get, they were going to let him walk if he lied on Breonna Taylor. Let that marinate. You wanted him so bad that you going around terrorizing everybody he had contact with, and your family get him, and you want him to lie on Breonna Taylor. So you can get out of, you can kind of justify killing him. Well, she wasn't nothing but daggone, she worked in the drug syndicate. She need to die anyway. She was selling drugs to y'all. See, she wasn't no good. And we supposed to sit here and just keep taking it. You got white people out there shooting rubber bullets, paintballs, and marbles, and bad gas at people that just protested, and you make excuses for them. Somebody breaking in the store and stealing some liquor, stealing a pair of shoes, ain't the same as you shooting bad gas and shooting paintballs and shooting marbles at people. Even the paintballs. When those young men go up there and they go paintball and they shooting at each other, they wear full gear. Why do they wear gear? Because that stuff hurt. And if somebody shoots you in the temple with a marble, you will die. I got some in my backup gun right there, my first defense. And they in there last. Because if I hit you in the face with it, you might not wake back up. But you want to excuse that. He was just defending himself. He shot that man for no reason and then shot somebody that tried to hold him down till the police get there and injured somebody else. Yeah, you know, he was just defending himself. You know, he's a patriot. But you know what? Everybody you call a patriot, why are they always terrorists? You know, I heard somebody once say, how come whenever somebody black get in trouble and we go stand up for them, they always got something in their background that come out later on? Why is it that every time somebody white do something bad, they always come and defend them? And then find out, oh man, he was really bad. Why is that? Do y'all ever notice that? But they gonna hold you for what you did in your past. But yet, the president gonna say, well, you know, I look like he got knocked down and he was trying to defend himself. That man shot that man and owned that business for no reason. Then instead of being man enough and saying, yeah, I shot a man, what? He tried to run away. And citizens tried to detain him, and he shot one of them and injured another one. And you gonna say that he was defending himself? Donald Trump used a piece of trash. You, those rogue cops, them old sheriffs, them prosecutors, the old buddy network, they need to all get out. And somebody tell me I'm wrong. I'll listen. Anybody got the balls to come stand up for this racism? The man you trying so hard to get. Now you want him to implicate a young lady that's innocent. Just so y'all can get out the fire because y'all know y'all shot that woman for no reason. You had no business even being there. He made a phone call with her cell phone. That's the link. You so desperate to find this man. You terrorizing anybody who had any contact with him. And then you make a mistake and you want to let the man who you so desperate to find, you want to let him off with probation. Somebody talk to him. I'm listening. I'll listen. That ain't white people being desperate. I don't know what it is. And if that man had said, well, you know what, I get to walk, well, yeah, I'll go ahead and say it. He might have got killed when he got home. Somebody probably would have took him out. Said, I ain't doing that. I take my chances in the jail. If I go home, they gonna kill me. If I tell that lie on that young lady, people gonna kill me. I just want y'all to let that marinate. This is how they do it. And yet you keep running to sit next to them. You keep running to live next door to them. This is what they think of you. Smile in your face. This is what they think of you. Don't go by what they say. Go by what they do. And what I see them doing is sickening. Nobody ain't got no comments. Where the comments at? Where everybody at? Y'all don't want to make excuses. Y'all want to talk about somebody having a clap. Somebody come comment on this.
The FBI warning Chicago
Fox News again, trying to rile stuff up.
To shoot on sight any officer who draws their among street gangs. To shoot on sight any officer who draws their weapon on someone in public. This as the city grapples with the rise in violent crime. Shootings are up more than 80% from last August. Police Superintendent David Brown on the disturbing trend.
Violent offenders have acted with impunity, much more than we've seen in the past so far this year. And I think 51 officers being shot at or shot in 1 year, I think that quadruples any previous year in Chicago's history. So I think there's more than a suggestion that people are seeking to do harm to cops.
Joining me now is former police officer and Chicago Alderman Anthony Napolitano. Thank you so much for joining us. This is a really distressing and scary story. And it goes along with that rise in violence that we have been talking about in Chicago. Let me ask you, do you talk to cops on the street there?
We don't care about cops on the street. See, that's where you're going wrong, Aunt Honey, and why you about to get your butt tore up. This is why you about to get your butt tore up. So, the crime has risen in 19 and in 20. Who's the president? Who's the president? When the crime started rising in 2019, where was the president at? When they started rising in 2020, where was the president at? Because see, what you don't want to show is that almost 800 people died in Chicago last year. So you don't care about the 800 civilians. But you want to talk about the 51 cops that was shot at this year. You don't want to talk about how many people, regular citizens, died in Chicago. Are they mostly black? Who cares? But 51 people shot at cops. We're concerned. You ain't concerned about the 700 that die in there every year. Screw them, they black, we don't care. But you're not going to shoot at our cop? No. You're shooting at our cop, yeah. You ain't doing nothing about the civilians that's being killed. 700 every year since Trump been in office. You ain't doing nothing about that. Let that marinate. But you worrying about police officers, 51. What about the 700 that's going to die? 700 citizens that the police supposed to be protecting. So you saying the police ain't doing their job because they can't protect themselves. How they gonna protect the people? They ain't protecting the people. And they ain't protecting themselves. Why is that? That's why we need to go into these police and court and find out what's going on. Why are so many people being killed? The cops supposed to have the people scared of them. They shooting at the cops. This is an ineptness in the police department and in the court system. But you don't want to touch that. Instead, you want to blame everybody, anybody. You want to blame anybody instead of going in and fixing it. This is my problem with Republicans. They want to complain. They don't want to get their hands dirty. They want to point finger. They want to sit back, let something happen, wait till it get really bad. Then they come in and say, see, yeah, now look what you did. Instead of them taking care of it when it starts. This is why we don't need Republicans in office, especially the president. They let stuff sit there and build up, and then they respond to it. They let stuff sit there and build up, and then they respond to it. And they sat there and let people suffer all these months, and they think that next month they're going to come back from their second vacation, and they're going to give everybody $1,200, and they're going to go vote for you. I don't think so. People going to remember how you sat back and let them suffer. They're going to remember how you going to let people get sit on the street. They're going to remember that. They're not going to vote for you. And then all you do is whine and cry. All you do is whine and cry. Why do I care about the police getting shot at? They supposed to be running the streets. That's their job, to run the streets. If people are shooting at them, that means that the people, the criminals, ain't scared of them. If they ain't scared of them, why are they there? Go find out who's training them. Go find out what's broke in the city of Chicago. But instead, you want to try to blame Democrats. You want to blame Donald Trump. Democrats don't run the Senate. They don't run the presidency, and the Democrats don't run the Supreme Court. The Republicans do. And they pointing fingers when they got all the power to fix it. And I'll pull a chat up. If anybody want to come talk to me, come talk to me. I'll listen. Anybody want to come talk to me, come on in. I'll listen. Anybody? Well, where you at? Come on. Anybody? Naya says, yes, BD, Biden is the candidate. Naya says, terrible. Naya said they arrested the actual fellow they were looking for. Yeah, and they tried to get him to lie and say that Breonna was selling drugs when she had a daggone job. Naya said the officer was fired with full benefits. Fired with full benefits. So they fired him and said they fired him, but they gave him his full benefit package. He ain't supposed to get nothing. Y'all understand the good old boy network. They took care of that good old boy. He still get to keep his benefits. He's still getting paid. He fired, but he getting paid. They take care of their boys. And they're gonna wait till this die over, and he gonna move to another state and be in somebody else, the police department, killing somebody. That's what's gonna happen. If we don't do something, that's what's gonna happen. And we're gonna be hearing about him again. Wasn't that the same officer that killed Breonna Taylor? How the hell did he get up there? What is he doing up there in Milwaukee? How did he get to Minnesota? How did he get up there? What is he doing? Denia says, yes, BDS. Do is Derek Chauvin. Oh, yeah, well, you know Derek Chauvin gonna get off, and they gonna move him. They gonna move him to another state or another department, and he'll still be employed as a police officer. And he'll still have his knee on somebody's neck until he do it again. We all know it. They're waiting for everything to die down. Get the family some money and go ahead and put that man, because they want him on the force. But see, in Chicago, it ain't working. The people are tired of the police. And they starting to fight back. They tired of it. Them young folks starting to fight back. And they don't know what to do, because the white folks is fighting, the young folks are fighting back, and we don't know what to do. Why is that? Why are the young folk tired? That they see what's going on. And us older folks ain't joining them. We ought to be out there with them. We tired of this, man. Expect us to feel sorry for the police. And I don't feel sorry for the 700 people that die every damn year. I don't see them feeling sorry. Keep moving. Did we see this already?
Breaking tonight, we are tracking multiple developing stories, including this one. Yes, from San Francisco. Look at your screen. Fox News has exclusively obtained this security footage showing Nancy Pelosi.
We already saw that. And Nancy, you ought to be slapped in your face. You ought to be slapped in your face. You in California in one of the worst states in the damn country doing that. You ought to be slapped. Wait a minute. Keep going.
Yesterday, Joe Biden gave a speech where he argued that President Trump incites violence instead of stopping it. And instead of proving Biden wrong, Trump proved him right just a few hours later. Yes, we have seen peaceful protests across the country. Yes, we have seen violence erupt in some cities. And yes, we have seen the president try to paint all of it with the same brush. Why? Because it plays right into his hands. He knows that. That's why he tries to capitalize on it and why he tries to encourage it. Here he is describing Portland, Oregon.
Or a city like Portland, where the entire city is ablaze all the time.
No matter how many times the president watches Fox News loop video of a fire in Portland, this is nonsense. The local fire chief told CNN fact checker Daniel Dale that the city is not ablaze. And for the isolated pockets of fires that broke out during demonstrations, they've only needed one fire engine for them.
Portland's been burning for many years. For decades, it's been burning. And I think the people of Portland, they're tired of it. They're tired of living with this curse.
Again, nonsense, but nonsense that is easy to peddle to a host who endlessly airs video from June of fires in Minneapolis or police standoffs in Seattle from July and tries to pass them off as if they happened in late August. If you watch her show, you would think Portland has been burning for years. But it hasn't been burning for years, let alone decades, as the president claims. Now listen to this, as Trump also spins lies about his record on crime.
Since the beginning of Operation Legend, we have conducted more than 1,000 arrests and reduced the murder rate in Kansas City, which is one of the cities we targeted, by 1/3, down 33%.
That's completely made up. Murders have not declined 33% there, according to data obtained by the Kansas City Star. The city has recorded 135 homicides this year, putting it on track to be the deadliest year on record. There have been 32 homicides since the operation was announced in July. But as the president paints this picture of an out-of-control America, he acts like he's not already the president of it.
I'll appoint more tough-on crime prosecutors, support stiffer penalties and longer jail terms for riders, and support effective policing methods that are proven to be great crime reducers. When you enforce the law, order follows, and we need order. We need order. While I am president, we will defend the rights of law-abiding citizens. We will honor the heroes who keep America safe.
He is the president right now, and he has been for almost 3 years. The crime that he's deriding is happening on his watch. He's stoking it and using it successfully in many cases to make Americans afraid.
The violence is fueled by dangerous rhetoric from far-left politicians that demonize our nation and demonize our police.
Rioters come for your town, and they're coming. Will Biden and his team do enough to stop them?
These are thugs out there attacking law-abiding citizens.
Since these are people who are now crossing state lines, clearly, and this is being organized using the internet,
They will burn down your cities and tell you that you did it. And if you don't accept that judgment, maybe they'll send BLM to your house.
That is a host saying that you should be afraid because black people might be coming to your house to commit violence. It's blatant racism meant to scare moderate Americans into voting for President Trump. There's a standardized political reaction to violence, and it is to condemn it. That's the route that Joe Biden took yesterday.
Very clear about all of this. Rioting is not protesting. Looting is not protesting. Setting fires is not protesting. None of this is protesting. Lawlessness, plain and simple. Those who do it, be prosecuted.
Instead of condemning violence, President Trump is endorsing it. Here's what he said about Portland, where a right-wing protester was shot and killed this weekend. He was part of a caravan of Trump supporters driving through the downtown protests, some of those supporters shooting paintballs and, according to a witness I interviewed, marbles from paintball guns.
Some things hurt.
Hello, I'm Brad Castillo.
You were just criticizing Joe Biden, saying he didn't mention the far left or Antifa. During his speech today, you said you wanted to talk about left-wing political violence. Yeah. But I noticed you did not mention that your supporters were also in Portland this weekend, firing paintball guns at people, some sort of pepper spray. So do you want to also take this chance to condemn what your supporters did?
Well, I understand they had large numbers of people that were supporters, but that was a peaceful protest. And paint is a defensive mechanism.
Now, that death in Portland is not okay. The president, though, is greenlighting his supporters to show up at protests and shoot paintballs at protesters. He's saying that's peaceful behavior, but he's also greenlighting his supporters to show up with bullets. He is defending the 17-year-old in Kenosha, Wisconsin, who allegedly shot and killed 2 people with an AR-15 style gun and wounded a third.
That was an interesting situation. You saw the same tape as I saw, and he was trying to get away from them, I guess, it looks like, and he fell, and then they very violently attacked him, and it was something that we're looking at right now, and it's under investigation, but I guess he was in very big trouble. He would have been, he probably would have been killed, but it's under investigation.
According to police, that 17-year-old suspect in Kenosha allegedly shot someone, ran, and people from the crowd chased him. The president of the United States essentially is saying it's okay to take up arms without training or credentials or authority, go into the streets and act out a video game with protesters. But even if people are in the streets, breaking the law, rioting and looting, it is not the role of a private citizen to police them, shoot them. That's not how the president of the United States.
He immediately had to retreat from that area because the mob that was the rioters that were chasing him, who had witnessed this, immediately called him out for the shooting, which of course wasn't self-defense, but they called him out for the shooting.
That's the attorney for the suspect saying they called him out. Well, they is law enforcement. The shooter is now facing multiple homicide charges.
And in New York City, the police commissioner is warning against bringing a gun to a protest like the shooter did in Kenosha.
Probably the last thing we would want to see here. Around the streets, I feel for my law enforcement brothers and sisters across the country dealing with that. And I would liken it to almost, Jim, it's a powder keg and throwing a match on. It's just so incredibly volatile already.
Some companies still have HR stuck between employees.
Calmer heads and leaders, the president is not either here. The president is arguing that he is the law and order candidate, but he clearly supports neither. He says he is the candidate who can combat violence, but he isn't against violence. He's against black violence. He's just fine with white violence, it appears. Joining me now is CNN contributor Miles Taylor. He served as chief of staff at the Department of Homeland Security under the Trump administration. He is supporting Joe Biden in November. Miles, when...
All right, I'm going to pause for a second. I want somebody... Y'all heard the man out of his own mouth. I want to hear somebody. Where the driver at? Somebody come defend Trump now. Somebody come defend Trump now. I want somebody come in this chat and defend Donald Trump right now. That man is a racist. And he is sick in his head. Somebody come defend him. Anybody. Who got the balls to come in here and defend this man? I'll listen. Anybody. Come on in. Come on and try and explain. Once again, I bring the evidence to the people. And I ask you for your comment. Come on and explain. Come on in here. Don't give me a reason why anybody should vote for Donald Trump. I'd rather you vote for Donald Duck. I'd rather you vote for Ronald McDonald. I'm listening. Hello. Where's everybody at? Where all the trolls at? We talking about somebody having an STD, you be over here. We talking about somebody licking somebody coochie, you be over here. Come over here and talk about something that affects your life, your children's life. But they go outside every day and are this close to being caught in the web. That they gonna lie and do anything. All you gotta do is have a bad day and you don't feel like dealing with them police, you gonna find yourself. You have a bad day and you don't feel like somebody calling you boy. You don't feel like somebody calling you, hey spook, get off my block. What you doing in this restaurant, you jigaboo? And you say something back. And you gonna find yourself behind bars, tased, beating the back of the head with the billy club when they call the boys on you for saying something back to them, for standing up for yourself. And after they beat you up, they gonna do anything and say anything to get off and get over so they can go do it to somebody else. Even if they gotta give you a couple dollars. And you got a president that's green lightning. You ain't seen this unrest under any other president except this one. There wasn't no 9/11 during the last 8 years. But look at what's been going on these past 3.5. Don't nobody have no comment? Where everybody go? Where everybody run? No, I sent it. Why am I not sending it? Wait a minute, maybe I didn't send the Liz. Hold on. Wait a minute. Did I send it to Naya? Hold on a second. I know I sent it. Why am I not sending it? One sec. Why am I not sending it? Hold on, somebody. Oh, you got an email. All right. Hit the mute button. And let me block the screen for a second. Oh, they had to be on that picture? Oh, Lord, they found something else. There we go. All righty. I want y'all to listen to this. Everybody listening? I want everybody to listen to this. I want to show you how desperate these YouTubers are to get me to come out of retirement. Let me show you how desperate they are. Desperate for any kind of content. I want y'all to listen to this.
Sitcom put up a great video exposing these lame ass niggas with their bullshit. See, can I pull it up right quick? Now you know you motherfucking blowing up when all you gotta do is make a goddamn compliment. All you gotta do is make a, you can say something in the chat and the whole dick sucking clown chaser gonna make a whole video on it. Check this shit out. This nigga gonna make a whole video just because I said something about a YouTuber in the motherfucking chat room. He make a whole video. Wow. Look a bum guy called his brother Derek a bitch. This nigga, man. Wow. Bum guy says I can't stand brother Derek. He a bitch. Bum guy. See, little do you know, Triple. Me and brother Derek already had our back and forth already. I already told that faggot that he a fag, man. Nigga soft. He says he a bitch. That nigga was blocking my motherfucking accounts before I even chatted in the chat room. Any nigga that do that is a bitch. It's like, Man Black Atheist, NBA, he was a bitch. Pre-block a nigga. Now you gonna block me before we even have an interaction, faggot ass nigga. So what they do is, they'll block you first. And then go on their song talk shit about you, bro. Them the cowardest niggas I ever seen. Brother Derek did that shit, and Man Black Atheist did that shit. Both of them niggas are some bitches, nigga. They block me before I even know who they are. Cause they already planning to go in on me. Then they do a show on my name in the fucking title. And when I come to the chat room, how the fuck am I already blocking? This is my first time typing in your chat. some bitches. Man, y'all some bitches. Nobody got time to be dealing with them bitch ass niggas.
Nah, nobody got no time to deal with you, sir. You a loser. You haven't done nothing since you did Toto showers. When that last time you was relevant? Wasn't it the last time you was relevant, sir? Ain't nobody thought about you, but I want to show y'all something. That man said that he was blocked. I wasn't going to show y'all this, but I've decided what the heck, so that lets you know I didn't set this up. But let me do a refresh here, and we're going to go look at the block list, and you tell me where you see that man at. You looking for two initials, an L and an A, or you looking for RGR, Real Lame Radio. You tell me where you gonna see either one of them names in this place. Tell me where you. I'm gonna pull it up. Let's go to the block list. Here's the block list. Tell me where you see Real Lame Radio at. Tell me where you see the initials L and A. Tell me where you see the initials at. We're going to do it right here. Tell me where you see his initials at. Why everybody got the lie on Brother Derek? You got a problem with me, come see me, chump. Come see me on the Rev channel. You got a problem. But see, you want the content. Why I didn't pay you no mind. We looking, I don't see no RGR here. I don't see no L space A here. Y'all see it? Look in the block list. Where do you see it at? He said I had him blocked. Where he blocked that? We looking. Where you at, douchebag? Still living in your mama's basement? You paid that child support yet? You worrying about what I'm doing, sir. I'm over here teaching. What are you doing? We still going through the block list. Anybody see any Real Lame Radio in there? Anybody see the initials L to the A? Anybody see it? We're going through the block list. Anybody see it? Anybody? He said he was blocked. Where? Where he blocked that? You see him? Let me go through it again. Do you see him? Going through the list. Did anybody see him? We ain't got to do a whole bunch of arguing and yelling and spend a whole bunch of time on this lane. Now, unlike that douchebag, you want me to read the names out loud? Hold on. No problem. Let me go back. And then you tell me where you see Real Lame Radio at. Gun Rule. Naya Stay Wet. Damon Witherspoon. Quick Temper. Dave Sr. Ooh Wee Wieners. A Joke's Nuts, The Real Neptunes, Fake Minister Brother Derek, Naya Drinks Dog Pee, Naya Bach 99, Scarlet Diva, The Real Neptunes fan, Naya Stay Wet, The Real Neptunes fan, Black Pill ADAC, 2 letters R to the E, Brother Derek, Real Neptunes again, Naya is Wet, Super Sucking Jim, R space E, Horseradish Sauce, Ronald Tommy Jerome Harrison, Neptunes again, Dave 25, John Smith, Naya is a Stank, The Real Neptunes, Dre 856, Ego Trip, Fat Man in the Halfway House, The Enforcer, Sometime Next Tuesday, Them Violins, Naya Loves Brother Derek, WS, JD from New York 206, Randy Zona, False Prophet Derek, Candy Manning, that's a fake Candy Manning clone. R.E., Op Hunter, Running Rebel, Here Comes the Boom, Steve Stevens. Neptunes again, Gun Rule, Dave again. The lady with the 2 letters again. Chris Tate, Neptune again. The lady with 2 letters again. Triple, Neptune again. Plot Twist, Justin, Medusa, Ron Draper, Aunt M, Shitty Greg, Triple again. Long Boy Streams, Government Scam 7, Zach and Murray, Ross Simone, Damon with the Plan, Big Bird Music, The King of Industry, Bubble Yum, Killer of Demons, #1 Fanboy, James Jones, Gaucher Dawn, Fake Minister Bubba Dark Clone, Reddit somebody, Classic Ethiopian Queen, BD Closes His Eyes, Ghost of Carmen's Past, Supreme Allah, Brother Dark Baby Daddy, the Neptune again, Big Kenny, Randy Marshall, Minister Brother Dark. And that's the wrong picture. I know that's a clone account. Neptunes again, A Jokes Balls, the content creator. My AC is a glorified fan. Let's be real for a minute. Rashard Rice, Steve C, Big Logic, Ron Alice, Dr. Disrespectful, Brandy Zona, Slick Disson, Marco Polo, The Great Cornholio, something in Muslim, Kahata, something. Let's Talk Facts, Master Blaster, Autumn Deline, Brother Derek, He Broke, Candy Manning. That's the block list. Tell me where anything in there said anything about Real Lame Radio. Tell me something that said, hey, y'all listen. So we just saw the man was lying. The same way Tommy was lying about the Instagram. Why these guys got to lie? You know why they got to lie? Because they can't handle me. That's why. They got to lie. If he had a problem, we should have brought his raggedy butt over here. We could have went to the Reverend channel or any one of my other 24 channels. We could have went over there if he had an issue. The only man in the sector that had a worse grill than I did. Gonna say something about me? Still living in grandma's basement? Don't he owe like $100,000 in child support, I heard? Real Lame Radio. Ain't done nothing since he made that song. Soho Power. Soho Power. Soho Power. What you gonna do? You make a song about me? Because if you are, I already know what I'm gonna call my song back. We know LA gay. When it comes to a man, we know which way he roll. Because he like to bend over and take it in. Don't call me lame. You lame, dude. All you do is look at people in the sector and talk about them. That's all you do. You ain't got no talent. I look at stuff that affect you. Tell me how worrying about what Tommy say, how that affect me? How does worrying about what anybody else say? How does worrying about what Chucky say affect me? How does worrying about what Sugar and TV Boyish and all that, how does that affect me? It doesn't. So why would I care? I'm telling you stuff that's going on while you worrying about this stuff. These politicians and road police and officials are doing this to black people and we sitting here looking stupid. That's what I'm talking about. But you over there worrying about what's going on with some YouTuber. YouTuber don't run the country. YouTuber ain't gonna come kick your door in with the police and the tank. But that's all you do. That's why when you did what you did a couple years ago, I mentioned you and I kept going. Because you wasn't about nothing. I looked at you and I kept going. You wasn't about nothing. You don't have no content. And your content can't touch mine. Look over all your channels and look over all my channels and see who got the better content. You ain't taught the people nothing. I don't need you to tell me what somebody doing. I can go watch them. You ain't got to tell me what True Freeman. If I want to know what he doing, I go watch him. If I want to know what Tommy doing, I can go watch him. What I need you to tell me when his video already up? Telling me nothing that's going to affect me. He ain't doing nothing for me. He's not affecting my life. He's not affecting your life. You just don't have a life. That's why you need other people. I don't have to show no videos. I can talk to the people. I'm trying to get people to get right with Jesus. What are you doing? What are you doing, sir? I wasn't going to say nothing, but let me get this douchebag. We in a sermon, maybe nobody else said. You seem to be worried about what everybody said about you. Somebody sent me a clip today. You let Beasley have you all worked up and whining. You think YouTube is about you. Who are you? Who are you? Who cares who you are? You ain't doing nothing to help the people. You hurt the people. Same way they try to use football to distract you. You try to use what other YouTubers do in the sector to distract the people. And while they distracted, I'm showing what the government is doing to you while you distracted. But the fact of the matter is, you can't out-roast me, sir. You're not from these streets. I am. You cannot out-roast me. You can't out-debate me. All you can do is get on that rah-rah stuff on somebody else's stuff. Because you need somebody to go against. That's why you suck. Go ahead and get somebody to make you a lame track and you go ahead and try and sing over it. What's your next song gonna be? And it's the Brother Derek Show. And it's the Brother Fat Boy. Lame. Just lame. And they're all a bunch of lame. That dude from Bronxville got laid out by that woman. I don't know her name, but she laid him out. I want to get into and I want you like a little sissy. You supposed to be Bronxville tough. He's a scrub. I beat the crap out you. Nah, he ain't made a song. He probably will though when he hear this. He better know a song gonna come back though. It ain't gonna be no singing. Don't make no damn sense. Reaching out to everybody. Just trying to jump on anybody to be seen, to be heard. Nobody not paying you no mind. If you had a problem with me, you should have came and saw me. online said you blocked. You not blocked. You showed that block list 5 times and I read it. You not blocked, sir. You a liar. And I can't stand a liar. That's the one thing that you can't say about me. I can play a video from the first row I ever made. I still say the same thing I said back then, I say it today. But you flip-flop with whoever side you is. You hate Tommy, now you love him. You love the woman in Atlanta, now you hate her. You're cool with Triple, then you hate him. Then you're cool with him, then you hate him. You's a sucker. A scrub. The parasite on the black people of YouTube. Why don't you go do something with your life? Something positive. What are you doing for people? You online talking about who coochie you gonna lick. Why don't you be online talking about who you gonna marry? And encouraging other young men to get married. Nah, you encourage them to go out there and lick some coochies. Isn't that what you talk about? How you wanna lick all the female YouTubers coochie? You bum. Tony, a couple years ago, I made a video and I asked the people how come they wasn't pledging on the Patreon. And he saw it and he said, I'm not gonna play it. He said, nah, I'm going to. Ain't nothing else going on. Look at this dude here. He's sitting here asking his people why they not pledging towards Patreon. Look at him begging his people to pledge towards Patreon. We was actually live. And so I went on, I said something to him, and he never came over here. Now he says he was blocked. How could he be blocked if I was live and he was live? How could I block him? It's just an answer to the question. If he live and I'm live at the same time, I didn't see him come over here, I would have said something to him. Somebody would have told me he came over here. He said he was blocked. How can you be blocked when I barely knew who you was? The only thing I knew about LA, and the videos on one of these channels, was that he made the song Soho Shower. That's the only thing I knew about LA. He had like he a celebrity. He was talking about, I got all these channels and I'm real game. And we went and looked at his channel and he had like 300 views here, 200 something there, 400 there. And I'm like, you used to go against Tommy? And he getting thousands of views and you get, I can beat them views? Oh, that was just one of my small channels. He's full of crap. If somebody put the link in the chat now, we go look at it. I guarantee you, his name ain't no bigger. He don't do much better than me. Real lame radio. If Vic hadn't mentioned Real Game Radio, I wouldn't know who that man was. When he say me and he said me, LA, and it's another dude that used to go with Tommy. They used to be on the Real Game. That's the only thing I knew about him, other than Soto Showers. To this day, I don't know what RGR is. Really, I've never seen anything about RGR. I know it's some kind of online radio or something. Because remember Vic said that he was going to put me, Nat B, Woman in Atlanta, and him, we was all going to go in there. Y'all remember that? And I started calling us the Four Horsemen. Yeah, he didn't put LA in it. Yeah. I mean, is he mad? Naya says, how did I show on his radar? I told you, he's so lame that he looked around while he live. You know how we go look for news to talk about stuff that affect you? He go look for other YouTubers that are live. And he like to go and comment on what they're doing. That's what he does. He don't have no content of his own. Unless he's going to talk about somebody, he doesn't have any content. So he go looking and patrolling to see who can he find somebody to pick on. And I happen to be live. Because somebody came and told me. They said, LA streaming you. What the hell is LA? I didn't know what the LA was. I thought he meant California. Like, I'm streaming in California, yeah. I thought YouTube was worldwide, though. Why am I only streaming in California? That's what I was thinking. And then I hit the link, and it was him. Tony said it was Basil Discharge and Mike Mills. It was another name. I can't think of who it was. Was it Mike Mills? See, I don't know these people. These people before my time. I didn't come in until September 2017. And like I said, when I first came in, if Tommy didn't mention you in between September and December, I didn't know who you was. But I was able to meet, Victor Moan. I met Victor Moan, the lady in Atlanta. I was able to meet Drew Freeman. I was able to meet Nutwood. I met all of them through Tommy. If he had never mentioned them, and he didn't mention LA, so I didn't know who LA was. I'm being honest. Tony says those you're missing members. Tony said yes, they were on Troop Nation radar at the same time. Naya says yes, Tony, too much time on their hand. But I'm just saying, I mean, he never responded, so I went on and did my show. I guarantee you that we had a topic. We had probably about 4 or 5 topics in that same show that I mentioned here. I guarantee you. We had about 4 or 5 topics in it. The same way that we addressed that Baltimorean fat pig out of the UK. We sat over there 4 hours waiting for that heifer to waddle on over. Miss Piggy oink oink. She never came. But then when we did the sermon, her and Neptune, that's why Neptune's is blocked in there so many times. They came during the sermon. We were 4 hours over there begging for them to come. I don't understand. You beg for them to come, they don't come. But then they want to come later. Like you had to go do your research. You picked a fight with me. Why do you need to go do research? You gotta go get your reinforcements? What, Neptune wasn't available? Them 4 hours, or we was waiting for your heifer behind to come over there? But you come when I'm doing a sermon. There was something wrong with these people. I'm supposed to put my channel in danger. When we go over to a spare channel, and we can go do whatever we gotta do. But no, you wanna come when I'm doing a sermon. They cowards. Tony says, BD, do you have any timestamps and dates? Tony, I would have to go look through all them channels and find. Seriously. I would have to go look through all them channels because Triple had said something before. When he was over here with us, he was saying that that Bum Dot was talking about me. I didn't pay him no mind because I didn't know who Bum Dot was. But it wasn't until that they started feuding that I knew who he was. That Bum Dot was his nickname. I found that out when him and Triple started feuding. I'm trying to think who it was that told me that he was talking about me. I'm trying to think if it was the lady in Atlanta. He gonna sit there and say that on the woods. But I tell you, Mr. Real Lane Radio, if you want to come on one of my other channels and go head to head, let me know. You want me to come out of retirement as the roast champion? Come try your luck. We not gonna do it on my big channel, but I got 24 other ones. We can go. You got a problem. You can be live too at the same time, and your audience can see me handle you. Because every word that you stutter out your mouth, I'm gonna beat you upside the head with it. I ain't got to do no research on you. Bird gonna tell me what to say. I'm gonna roast the hell out you. You ain't gonna be able to say nothing. Everything you say about me, people have already said it. But every word that come out your mouth, I'm gonna beat you upside the head with it. You ain't no match. But you're laughing. They ain't gonna carry you. And I hit you with round at the round, and you doing your fake laugh. You gonna see what's gonna happen to you. Real lame. Should call you Real Dame. They ain't gonna sissy. And Triple was trying to get me to go after it. Triple made 2 videos. I ain't look at the other one. They look the same. You put 2 of the same videos up? You really wanted me to see that, didn't you? You really wanted me to see that, didn't you? But see, the guy from Bronxville can't roast. So he got to get help. Just like he trying to get everybody else to help him. Tony says they pounce on you at your weakest physically, but you're at your strongest spiritually. Tony says we see a David Banner transformation in you. It's one thing to be down, Tony, but you don't stay down. You keep fighting. I wanted to get the sermon in, and we got it in. So none of his buddies told him that I was talking about him. Where's he at? Well, you ain't coming over here, sir, because we can go right to the Rev channel. Come on in here and say you want me to do it. I set up another show on one of the other channels. We can go to the Pastor channel. We can go to the Disciple channel. I still haven't set up Cleric Brother Derek. I might set that up. Cleric Brother Derek. David, isn't David Banner? Oh no, that's Bruce Banner, the Incredible Hulk. No, David Banner's a rapper, ain't he? My bad, I was thinking of the Incredible Hulk. You talking about the rapper David Banner? Some people say Bruce Banner. In some comic books, it said David Banner. I thought you were talking about the Incredible Hulk. Tony says, yes, it was David, not Bruce for the Hulk. He called Bruce Banner in some comic books that I read. Some say Bruce Banner, some say David Banner. I think in the comic books, it was Bruce. I think in the TV show, it was David. Or the other way around. But don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. I typed it in Google. Look, it's right here, Tony. Is Hawk's name Bruce or David? In the comics, he's Bruce Banner, Bob Banner, and Robert Bruce Banner in various incarnations. In the TV show, they changed his name to David Bruce Banner. For one of the number of posted seasons, Johnson changed the name of the Hawks comic book character alter ego Dr. Bruce Banner to Dr. Wait a minute, it stops. Hold on. Let's go in. Where's we at? Somebody said in the moment of 2020, during the midst of a pandemic we've been living through, I spent a lot of time at home. All right, but he says, in the comics, he's Bruce Banner, Bob Banner, and Robert Bruce Banner in various incarnations. In the TV show, they changed his name to David Banner. Johnson also changed the name of his comic book alter ego, Dr. Bruce Banner, to Dr. David Banner for TV series. This change was made according to Johnson because he now want the series to be perceived as a comic book series, so he wanted to change what he felt was a staple of comic books, and Stan Lee comics in particular. Their major characters frequently had alternative names, according to both Stan Lee and Lou Ferrigno. It was also changed because CBS thought the name Bruce sounded too gayish. That's what it says. CBS thought that it sounded too sissy. A rationale that Ferrigno was the most absurd, ridiculous thing I ever heard. So Lou Ferrigno said that was crazy. On the DVD commentary of the pilot, Johnson says that it was a harsh way to honor his son. David Bruce ultimately became the TV Banner's middle name as it had been in the comics. It is visible on Banner's tombstone at the end of the pilot movie, and that footage is shown at the beginning of every episode of the series. Alrighty. I was right again. Alright. So we both was right. We both was right, Tony. Yeah, Batman name is Bruce Wayne. Well, there were two Bruces. So we both was right. I told you in the comics, it was Bruce. But on the TV show, it was David. The director thought the name Bruce was too sissified. I won't say again what he said. But I don't have nothing against, I don't want to get involved in it. So we both was right, Tony. But yeah, I mean, I don't understand. We over here talking about real things that affect your life, and people just nitpicking, but they don't never talk about the things we talk about. Why is that? They don't never say, oh, his content is lame. Let me tell you why it's lame. Let me tell you where he wrong at. He got the wrong attitude. They never come with that. Why did they always gotta make up a lie? Just tell the truth. If you think I'm boring, tell me why I'm boring. If you got the police so scared to say I made a mistake, I killed that lady by accident, I'm terrorizing everybody that man ever had contact with. He used her phone one time, so he must be at the house. He must be living there because he called from her cell phone. Let's go over there and terrorize them. See if we can get her to tell him where he is. And they go in there and they kill the woman by accident. And they finally catch the man they want. And they're going to try and get him to lie and say that she was involved in the drug trafficking. So they can say, well, you know, it wasn't that bad. She was involved in the drug trafficking. So, I mean, you know, so, you know, it ain't that big a deal, you know. Just another Negro. I think that you should know that. Because how many black people have died and they were able to get away with that? How many black people have died over the past 200 years and they've been able to get away with it? I think that's relevant. Because it could be your niece. It could be your daughter next. It could be your wife. It could be your mother. It could be your grandmother laying in the bed and they come in there and shoot the place up. And then they go, oh, well, you know, grandma was prostituting. Yeah, you know, black don't crack. Yeah, she was prostituting, so, you know, she wasn't no good anyway, you know. We just took another prostitute off the street, you know, hey, there you go. She can't spread no AIDS now, there you go. She can't break up homes. I think that's relevant. You don't think that's relevant? I don't know what to tell you. But they'll never come over here and say nothing. We had somebody come in here the other day and say, you always got that racist talk. You always talking about Donald Trump and the Republican. I laid down everything. I laid it all out. I said, come in here and tell me what's wrong. That person never came back. Even Naya said you scared him off. They never came back. How come nobody never came in here and challenged me when we played the video of those two twins talking about how Officer Wolf or Hoof, whatever his name is, I think it's Wolf. He shot Rashard Brooks because he was scared to tackle him. I challenge anybody. And he almost killed some people that was in the SUV. That white SUV you see there had two people in the back seat. If that had been a regular car, they'd have been shot in the head. I challenge somebody to come over here, nobody will come. They won't come. But if he hadn't ran, then none of this would have happened. Because he ran, he deserved to die. Your job as a police officer is to bring a criminal before the people. We the people that pay you. And it's our job in the jury to decide what happens to him. Not a police officer that's paid by the people. I challenge somebody to come in here and wouldn't nobody come in. They won't come. We still sitting here waiting. Ain't nobody from that camp came over here. We had 9 people in the room, 2 of them ran. Everybody run. Everybody keeps saying they don't know me. But I'm on everybody's mouth. Why? They don't know me, but the trolls. Now, I didn't show you, but there were trolls. One guy was talking about, he got 4 people over there watching, but he swear everybody see him. So, me and Naya did a show with just me and her, and we did 4,000 views. How many videos does Real Lame have? With one person in the chat that got 4,000 views. And we didn't talk about no Thomas Sotomayor. We didn't talk about no dang on Shucky Ducky. We didn't talk about no Tyra. But we got 4,000 views. Tony says just a quick healing session on the side of some building. Yeah. I can go 2 ways. I can go to the YouTube studio, right? And then I can hit my channel. Go to videos. This was a while ago. But hold on. This was back I believe around March. 8 weeks ago. Why did it stop? Why did it stop? Why is that video even sitting there? Videos. Hold on, y'all. We scrolling now. But take a look at all the different videos, y'all. Why does it stop right here? Okay, wait a minute. I don't know why I stopped right there. We ain't gonna worry about it though. Let's back out. Back out. Get me out of here. Let's go to videos. Go to live stream. Oh, I can search. Hold on. World Star. Was that the one? It was called Wildin' Out. I think it's it right here. Was this the one? Or was it this one? Oh man, yeah, we got 2 different videos. Hold on a sec. Is this it?
All right.
No, that's not it. All right. No, what happened? Which one was it? It was a part 2. Is this one? I don't think that's it. I don't think this was it. Is it? No, it wasn't that one. Why can't I find the video? You trying to hide it from me, sir? Here it is, Tony.
All right, let's try it now. I said, let's
now you
try it
see
now.
4,446 views. Stream live March 15, 2019.
Oh, we live.
Now we can mute it, but let's fast forward. And look, who do you see? Naya. Fast forward some more. Who do you see? Naya. Naya. And we are back. 4,000. You say how many hours? I think that video was 4 hours long on that one. People always say that you on long. But can you keep people attention? If I'm so boring, how come I can keep people attention? We've done 23-hour shows. If I sit over here with 5 people in the chat and we do a 23-hour show and all 5 people are still here, why shouldn't I keep going? Somebody named Duck Farmer says, as long as it's natural and religion doesn't matter, respecting each other is more important than beliefs. Hey, Tony, did you see how fast I just dissected what he said and made it correct? That's a gift. That's a gift. Now, you heard me brag on that many a day. That's the one video that killed him. Me and you sat here and did that video. Me and you did that video and it killed him to this day. Me and you sat there and made that happen that day. And it wasn't years ago. It was last year. Wasn't no years ago. I can go back and look. Ain't that? Hope it ain't hard to find again. Part 2. There it is. It was on March 16th, 2019. It was March of last year. That's why when people say when we had built up the other channel to 1,600 subs and we was nearing we had got out 1,000 watch hours, and I really felt bad because Naya was here for every show, and we got them watch hours. Oh, I found something out too. I did a video. It was a mobile live. I did a video and we had 70 views on it, right? It was an hour and something long. You know how much watch time we got out of that video? It was an hour long. We got 142 minutes of watch time. They do watch hours. So 142 minutes is not even 2 hours. But if we sit here for 8 hours and I got 4 people watching all 8 hours, not counting the other people that come in, but just the 4, if they watch all 8 hours, how many watch hours is that? $32. Not counting the other people that watch when the video's over. 32. If we do a 10-hour stream and I got 5 people watching and they watch all 5 hours, if I can keep 5 people here all 5 hours, that's 50 hours with just 5 people. That's 50 hours of watch time. It take a long time to get 1,000 people to sit here and watch. Somebody coming by and saying, hey, I'm just checking in. Hey, check my channel out, and then leaving. Don't do you a bit of good. YouTube don't count that. Hey, I just stopped by to say hi. Can't stay at Elite. They don't help you. Somebody see your title, you clickbait, they click the title, see you ain't talking about nothing, they leave. If they don't stay 5 minutes, it don't count. But if you can get somebody to watch you hour after hour, that's how we built the channel back up. I had the same 4 people and we sat there and we came here every day. And people came and they left. And people came and they left. But the people that stayed, that's what built the watch hours up. And we was able to do it. I had a hard time with the subs than the watch hours. I don't know, Naya, what was the first video you ever saw? That's a good question. Tony want to know, what was the first video you came to? It had to be in between September of 18 or January of 19. What was the first video you ever saw now? You remember? Yeah, that's a good question. That's why I say when they say you only got 4 people watching you, I don't get mad. I can get 4 people to watch. They must like me. If they watch me for 20 hours, why would I get mad? That's why they come over here and attack Naya and Liv. Hey, y'all always sitting over here. Why y'all always sitting over here? They come over and attack y'all for no reason. I'm not sure. I don't know if that was on the channel they got knocked down. Like I said, y'all had told me not to do it. And I went on. And I blasted that woman. And they cut us off in midstream. And we came back 5 minutes later and kept right on going. I know somebody's feelings was hurt. They were like, "That he got knocked down, he right back." Yeah. I know they said, "God darn, he right back." Naya said, "Good question." She don't remember. It had to be between, I'm thinking between November 2018 to February of 19. But I don't know what channel the video will be on. That's a problem. All that bouncing around getting flagged we were doing. But somebody wants some homework, if they can find that out. That's some homework. Tony said he was being assaulted on that video. Well, Tony, what was it about? He said he was being assaulted on that video. Tony said more like a detention. Well, you brought it up, sir. You got 24 channels. Some of them don't have that many videos on them. But the question is it on the one that was lost? That's the key. Is it on the big one? Because like I said, you know, this channel we on now, it's not new. When we would get flagged, we would come to this channel. So it only had like 300 something subs on it. We had to build it up. Just like we got the Rev channel. The Rev channel got 5 something on it. And we just had to, you know, if we get flagged here, we'll have to go build that up. And then we got 2 other channels. I don't even know where it is, but we got a channel. We got 2 channels that got 200 subs on them or more. I just don't know which ones they are. I don't know if we even using them. I would have to go really search, type in Brother Derek Show and actually go through each channel. Problem with typing in Brother Derek Show is so many people made videos on me, it would take us forever. But that's a good question though. That's something for us to do. Type in Brother Derek Show, not Brother Derek, but Brother Derek Show. All right, that's the channel we on now. That's us live right there. All right, we got this Brother Derek Show with 77. The Reverend is at 547. Brother Derek Show is at 21. That's at 65, 49. That's at 53. That's at 66. That's at 55. The Disciples 118. Brother Derek Russell Talk is 54. Spirit of Brother Derek 137. Pastor Brother Derek is at they got 100 videos. Hold on, I don't say how many subscribers on there. And let's take a look. Isn't there any about stats? Doesn't say how many subscribers. Are they hidden? Are they hidden? I don't know what the stats is. I would have to find out. Wait a minute, it should be in the list. Hold on, let me see. Which account? What is that? Pastor Brother Derek. That's Reverend, Disciple, Master King, Spirit, Brother Derek Show. It's not even here. The pastor's not even in my list. Oh, let me see if I can find the email. What's the email for Pastor Brother Derek? You say the email? It says June, April 8th, 2018. Alright. So I need to find out where Pastor Brother Derek is. I don't know what email that's on. I want to find out what email that's on. But let's keep going. Yeah, keep going. Remember, I don't use these channels to get buried. Wait a minute. Son of God Ministries with Brodero. They got 3 videos, 11 subscribers. That's all. I gotta find out what email that's on. All right, Brother Derek Style 217. What email is that? So we got 217 subscribers on that channel. And you got Brother Derek Shine 33. So we need to find these. I don't know what the emails are. That's the problem. I can find out. Hey man. Spirit of Brother Derek, 137 subscribers. I need to write down these email addresses. Match them. Who was that? Oh, Derek Acosta. I got a lot of videos. Not all these are mine though. Most of them are. What was that? Yeah, it's already a Minister Derek Bull. He got 14 videos. I know that's not me. Yes. I guess they buried. I'm tired of looking. I'm getting tired of looking. Yeah, I'm sorry. So if you type in Brother Derek on Google and go on the images, every picture is of me or about me. Somebody made this video about me. Somebody made this video about me. I don't know who that is. Brother Twitter somebody. But that's my video. What about Minister, Brother Derek? What about Minister, Brother Derek? What pops up? Oh, look at that. Oh, that's me. First two rows. Oh, that's me. What about the Rev? What about the Reverend? The Reverend, Brother Derek. Me again. Look at that. Different pictures. Isn't that amazing? But I'm nobody. So we looked at Brother Derek, Minister Brother Derek, Reverend Brother Derek. Oh, hold on. What about Brother Derek's show? Brother Derek's show. Brother Derek's show. Look at that. That's my video too. Brother Derek was in the streets of Baltimore. Oh, my music video is right there. Oh, yeah. Oh, but I ain't nobody. Tony says you built some legacy for yourself with all these ministries you opened up. Tony says, are you lacking slumber? Tony says, this man of the gospel we have here. Well, let's type in. Let's type in LA and see what pop up. Gotta be in the first two rows, at least three. I don't see nothing to say LA. First three rows, I don't see nothing. 4 rows, don't see nothing. 5 rows, 6 rows, 7 rows, I don't see nothing to say LA. He said he got bigger name than I do, really? Right name, Baba. Let's type in Triple Darkness. And I know that's gonna pop up, ain't it? He everywhere. Images, let's go. Nothing. 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 That's all I got to say. You saw nothing. He said he big though. He should have popped up in the first 5 rows. At least the first 5 rows, Tony. All right, Tony, I'll help him out. Real Game Radio. Oops, not EDO. Real Game Radio. Real Game Radio. Let's see. Maybe I'll pop up on that. Where is it? Images. Is his name Lamar Willis? If his name Lamar Willis, if his name Lamar Willis, what the what the heck is that, Tony? Is that it right there? Oh, sure. You know what he looked like? The Dumb Wayans brothers. What's the name of the Dumb Wayans brothers? Not the oldest one, but the real dumb one. He look like the Dumb Wayans brothers. Look at him. Come on, y'all. You can do it and live in color. Oh, yeah. You can do what you wanna do, Lamar, and live in color. I swear to God, he looked like he looked like the weak Wayans brothers. Y'all know that it's the oldest one, and then it's Damon Wayans. He looked like the dumb one. In this picture, he look like MVP off the wrestling. You were talking about somebody. Why you hiding your teeth? My grill messed up and I don't mind showing it. Why you scared to show your grill? You can do what you wanna do and live in color. All right, let me stop. Oh, shucks. And see, the sad part is, unlike him, we don't have to stay on that topic. Oh, shucks. Ain't it? Let me see here. Who was I talking to today? I was talking to... That's where the good information is. Oops. All right, y'all, this is from Liz. The latest on the CV pandemic. Following a virtual briefing with experts on school reopenings Wednesday afternoon, Joe Biden called the issue of students being able to go back to school safely during the pandemic a national emergency. What the hell?
We're still going up. This virus has enormous capabilities. The federal government's quiet on too much.
Black lives do matter.
Too many people are getting the infection.
Where is it coming from?
Nights at 9 Eastern. We should be providing federal help for those businesses to get back on their feet.
But this administration seems to think it's all of a sudden going to go away, like angel dust is going to be sprayed around. Everything's going to be okay.
Oh, okay. I wasn't planning on that, but
get it. They have to know better. They have to know better. And we had an example just the last administration. How much good you can do and how much growth you can generate. I just don't get these guys. I really don't. Not a joke. I've been doing this a long time. But I've never seen a president lack as much leadership, inability to make a deal. And you got about, I'm told, the reason why they can't get anything done in the Republican Congress is 20 members of the United States Senate saying under no circumstances will they raise the deficit at all. Well, that's wonderful. And we're in a position we're in now. Look at other countries. They're doing one hell of a lot better.
Marlon Wayans. That was the name, Marlon.
What's up to
Marlon Wayans.
186,000 people dead? Over 6 million, was it 6,300,000, whatever the number is, that have contracted the disease? And no end in sight? It's just irresponsible. Talk about a know-nothing Congress. On the Republican side, a know-nothing president. I mean, I don't get it. I really don't get it. But it's going to change come January, God willing. Well, I've begun to prepare by going over what the president has said, the multiple lies he's told. What I'd love to have is a crawler at the bottom of the screen, a fact checker, when we speak. If we really wanted to do something, I think that would make a great, great debate if everything both of us said was instantly fact-checked by an agreed-to group of people out there that we move forward. But that probably wouldn't get very far in the debate. No, I'm looking forward to debating the president, and I'm going to lay out as clearly as I can what I think we have to do to bring this country back and build it back better. And I'm looking forward to the debate.
So y'all think
the Windsor.
So y'all think that Biden is up for a debate? That's a topic right there. Biden says, I think going back to school for millions of children and the impacts on their families and the community is a national emergency. I believe that's what it is, he said. Protecting our students, our educators, our communities, getting our schools open safely and effectively. This is a national emergency. He called for emergency funding for schools. Mr. President, where are you? Where are you? Why aren't you working on this? We need emergency support funding for our schools, and we need it now. Mr. President, that's your job. That's your job, he said. Get off Twitter and talk to congressional leaders from both parties. Invite them to the Oval Office, he added. He accused the president and the educational secretary of not stepping up. Donald Trump and Betsy DeVos, Secretary DeVos, haven't stepped up, and we're seeing the results. Millions of students are now starting the new year in the same way they finished the last one. At home, he said, at home. Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden said President Trump and Education Secretary Betsy DeVos haven't stepped up when it comes to safely reopening the schools. He called for straightforward, common sense solutions. We all want our schools to reopen safely with a plan that prioritizes the health of our students and educators and staff alike, Biden said in remarks delivered from Wilmington, Delaware. Biden laid out some of his school reopening plans, which he said were posted on his campaign website. The former vice president said the Trump administration is starving schools of the needed funding. If I were president today, I would direct FEMA to make sure our kids K-12 get full access to disaster relief and emergency assistance under the Stafford Act. I made sure that PPE and sanitation supplies for schools qualify as emergency protective measures, Biden said. On top of that, I'll be working with leaders on Congress now, today, to pass emergency packages for schools so they will have resources they need to be able to reopen safely. Biden said that if elected president, he would also support national funding for mental health in schools and funds to hire additional teachers, as smaller classes mean more educators are needed. All right. Tony said he'll be back. He got a text about the condition of Raqqa. All right. This also from Liz. She probably went to bed. CV-19 cases could explode after Labor Day. It's up to us to stop it. And let me hit that mute button. You ain't give me this time, sucker. I got you. I got him this time, you two. They ain't give me the second time, man. Give me a break on that first one. Pause that. Thank you. Experts warn college students to stay on campus over Labor Day. Memorial Day came, we celebrated. We burst out of our suffocating homes with a dampen the torpedo surge, eager to see the places, family and friends we've been yearning for during those smothering weeks of isolation. Then we paid the price. 2 or so weeks later, as the virus had incubated, cases of CV-19 spiked with 4 million more cumulative cases since Memorial Day. The surge ignited an upward trend we've been battling ever since. The 4th of July didn't help. That was another excuse to launch caution to the skies. By then, cities and states were also lifting restrictions. One mistake fed upon another with tragic consequences. As of Tuesday, September the 1st, there were at least 6,073,840 total cases and over 184,664 deaths in the U.S. overall. Americans love to travel, and people had pandemic fatigue, said pediatrician Dr. David Rubin. There were lax restrictions around the use of masks, Rubin said. All of it created a very hospitable environment for the virus to transmit. Will Labor Day be any different? That, experts say, depends entirely on us. I'm worried about Labor Day because people may have the impression that cases are coming down, said epidemiologist Elie Markdal, a professor of health metric sciences at the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation at the University of Washington. Despite the fact that COVID is now the 3rd leading cause of death, people still doubt that we have a problem. They may think they're out of danger and behave as they did around Memorial Day, said Markdal, who manages a database in tracking COVID-19 deaths. Mask use and social distancing must be used. We use Labor Day as a way to take the day off, but unfortunately, the virus don't take a day off, said epidemiologist Jennifer Nuzzo. The more we travel, the more we interact with people, the more opportunities there are for exposure, said Nuzzo, who is the lead epidemiology on CV-19 transmission tracker at Hopkins. The rest of that. It's really the best way to try to limit our movement as much as possible. Beware of family gatherings. We're seeing a lot of evidence that transmission is happening in smaller, family-driven parties, said Beth Blau. Yes, those birthday parties and graduation parties, weekend togethers, backyard barbecues, family reunions, and weddings we thought were safe. The repercussions can be widespread and deadly. A wedding reception in Millinocket, Maine on August 17 infected 134 people within the past 3.5 weeks. Only 56 of the cases were from people who attended the event, yet the virus spread 100 million miles to a nursing home and 220 miles to a county jail. What we're dealing with is a giant tube of glitter. You open a globe of glitter in your basement, and then 2 weeks later you are in traffic, and all you find is glitter and don't have no idea how it got there. That's what CV-19 is like. You open up a glitter in the Millinocket, and the next thing you are finding traces of it at a jail complex in York County. It's just emblematic of how quickly, silently, and efficiently it can spread. The outbreak has already claimed a life. A woman who never attended the wedding or the reception, but simply interacted with someone who did attend, lost her life to the virus. One person, one contact can light a match and spark a fire you may be unable to put out. The virus transmits well in crowded indoor locations, Rubin said. If you think about where the virus really hasn't had its opportunity yet, it's on college campuses and in school buildings. July 4th and Memorial Day would tell you that we should be worried about Labor Day, and with school opening, to me, it's a 1-2 punch. Plans to keep school that opened in early August running smoothly have been KO'd by the virus in numerous districts. In Cherokee County, Georgia, for example, some 260 elementary, middle, and high school students and 8 teachers were quarantined during the first week of school alone. So far, colleges have been especially hit hard. The University of Alabama reported over 500 cases of CV-19 just 6 days after classes began. Another 224 occurred at the University of Kentucky. A similar spike caused both the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill and the University of Notre Dame to halt in-person classes within days of the start of the school year. Days. Much of the increase has been driven off by campus parties and a lack of safety measures by students, officials have said. Ohio University temporarily suspended 228 students when they violated the university COV regulations around socializing. 20-year-olds might not particularly fear the virus. They see the death numbers and they know who is typically affected. We have to understand what it's like to be that age, she said. At that point in life, the most important thing to you is probably your friends and social interaction. So we have to accept that that's how it's going to be. Iowa State University senior Ryan Jenkins captured that attitude on video during 801 parties across ISU campus. In Iowa tradition, students begin drinking at 8:01 a.m. on Saturday before classes start. It's essentially just a campus-wide party and it's without a doubt the biggest social event all year, said Jenkins, adding that he'd attended it in the past. I just had to record it because we're living in history right now and I wanted to make sure people saw what was going on. The video showed large numbers of students gathered in tightly packed crowds across the campus. Few wore masks. FCV, one group of students told Jenkins, I think it's a hoax. Another student said, I think when Trump get reelected, it's done. Yeah, Finn agreed. If I were to get it, I'd survive. Jenkins posted the video on the personal website. So far, it's got over 32,000 views, along with some infuriated comments from fellow students. It drives me crazy, Jenkins says. People are saying like only 150 kids our age, from the age of 18 to 24, demographic have died for it. And you know 150 people is a lot. I don't know why people don't get that, he added, voice rising. Those are lives that have memories, family, aspirations, dreams. They're gone, you know. They're never coming back. Jenkins is hoping ISU officials will see the behavior he captured on video and take further action to preserve lives. In just the first week of classes, 130 students, faculty, and staff tested positive. That's an extremely high positive rate of 13.6%. The rate climbed to 28.8% in the second week of classes. To put that in perspective, in May, the World Health Organization recommended that an area maintain below a 5% positivity rate for at least 2 weeks before considering reopening. All it takes is one lucky one grandparent, one parent to get it, and the odds not to be in their favor, and they die from it, Jenkins said. Then as soon as they catch it, it's your fault, you know. So was it worth it to go out that day and possibly risk catching it? The explosion of CV-19 on campuses to make parents think twice about allowing their children to return home from college over Labor Day or any day they test positive, experts say. One opinion is just not to come home, Rubin said, adding that Policy Lab is advising colleges with new cases of CV to quarantine students on campus rather than at home. Putting them on airplanes and sending them home to their parents doesn't make sense, Rubin said. I think people need to be careful. Dr. Deborah Brinks, the scarf lady, the White House CV task force coordinator, sent a message directly to college students in a recent briefing. To the college and university students, please isolate at your college, Burke said. Do not return if you're positive and spread the virus to your family, your aunts, your uncles, your grandparents. Rubin is especially concerned about other more family-focused holidays, such as Thanksgiving and Christmas. It's not about whether you're going to keep a kid at school, he said. They're definitely going home for Thanksgiving, and it might be at the right moment when we're seeing a fair amount of transmission that can see infections across generations. College and parents trying to challenge youthful misbehavior, take into account their need for social activities and togetherness, and avoid being harsh or critical in the message, experts say. Simply shaming their age group is not going to get us where we need to be. That would just drive the partying underground where we can't see it, Nuzzle said. and we still have the case surge we don't want. But contact tracing and other interventions will be much more difficult to execute if we don't know what's going on, Blower added. And we're still going. If we can target the message at things that are important to college students, that helps. When I talk to young people, I say if you want your football games, you have to social distance. If you want to see college football, you have to wear a mask. Those are the sort of things that they are interested in. And parents should be role models, experts say, by adhering to social distancing guidelines, mask at all times, 6 feet more of distance, washing hands frequently, and avoiding groups not in small quarantine bubbles. But the data in many parts of the country show that's not happening at the levels needed to drive down the virus, experts say. It's really difficult for us to think about being with our moms and dads or our grandparents wearing a mask and maintaining that distance and not getting that hug in, Nuzzle said. That could be one of the reasons why we're seeing some of this driven in the data. Avoiding any family or social gatherings outside the people in your bubble of trust over Labor Day is the best course of action. But if you must gather, here are some of the safest ways to do so. First, get a test for CV to make sure you're negative. Then isolate yourself for 2 weeks to make sure you stay free of the virus. Gather with family or family members outside, not inside. Make plans to remain outside if there is bad weather. Or get in your car and go home. Wear a mask at all times when not eating. Keep the family unit separated by at least 6 feet or more. Make sure tables, food, condiments, eating utensils, and trash containers are also separated. Have each family bring their own food. If food is shared, separate it in advance in small containers for individual servings. Of course, the dangerous times when people go inside to the bathroom or to the kitchen to prep or replenish food or drinks. Families must plan for those in advance and communicate the safety protocols to all guests. When bringing food, make sure you bring it in separately, he said. Tell your friend or family member, when you come, you wait in the car. I will unload and put it in the pot or the table, then you can come into the yard. We can grill, but only one of us grilling the meat. Put the meat in a place where one person can grab and grill it. Don't socialize the grill. Put the grilled meat on separate plates, then move away. Ask people to come get one plate at a time. We have to be very careful. Until we get a vaccine, we have to change our way of life, create a new way of doing business, a new way of socializing. The only way I can recommend for you to behave is to assume you are already infected, he added. Doing it this way sends a clear message to our children, our teenagers. We have to be role models ourselves in order to survive this virus with less damage and keep our economy going. Thank you for that, Liz. I think Liz went to sleep. Thank you for that, Liz. Now, y'all can't tell me that was some good information. That was some good tips to help you out on this Memorial Day coming up. I hope that y'all use those tips when you gather with your families and your loved ones. And I hope that you remain CV free. Those were some good tips. Life-saving tips. And I'm glad I can share it with y'all. Let's look at the CV. We got 6,290,737 cases of CV in the United States. We have 189,964 deaths. Closed cases, 3,736,996. 3,547,032. 95% have recovered. 189,964 died. That's 5%. So we had 5% mortality. People are dying. Now let's check the numbers out. California, 5,147 new cases today. I told y'all, all that freaking from the dancing on the weekend. They lost 158 people today in California. Texas, they picked up 4,540 new cases. They lost 183 people today. Texas lost 183 people. California lost 158. And here comes Florida. That Donald Trump said we're doing good. Florida Florida picked up 2,402 cases. They lost 124 people today. 124 people died in Florida. 183 died in Texas. 158 died in California. New York, the old number one, they picked up 782 cases. They lost 13. Georgia picked up 1,916. They lost 62 people. Illinois picked up 2,128. They lost 27 people. Arizona picked up 519. They lost 21. New Jersey picked up 306 cases. The old number 2 is now number 8. They lost 15 people. North Carolina is on their heels. North Carolina went that number 8 spot. They picked up 1,384. They lost 29. Tennessee picked up 1,502. They lost 16. Louisiana picked up 956. They lost 20. Pennsylvania picked up 986 today. They lost 28. Alabama picked up 623. They lost 17. Ohio picked up 1,137. They lost 12. Virginia picked up 927. They lost 29 people today. Massachusetts picked up 288. They lost 22. South Carolina is on their heels. They picked up 657. They lost 37 people today. Michigan, what up though? They picked up 648 cases. They lost 14. Maryland, my little state of Maryland. Oh, how I love my state of Maryland. We picked up 456 cases. We lost 5 people. And thank God I'm not one of that 5. Indiana, ooh-wee, picked up 859 new cases. They lost 13. Missouri picked up 1,503 new cases. They lost 28. M-I, a crooked letter, I, crooked letter, I, humpback, I. They picked up 781 cases. They lost 33. Washington State picked up 489. They lost 4. Wisconsin picked up 545. They lost 12. Minnesota picked up 730. They lost 10. Nevada picked up 239. They lost 23. Iowa picked up 776. They lost 3. Arkansas, 615. They lost 27. Oklahoma, 719. They lost 12. Colorado, 244. They lost 6. Connecticut, 102. They lost 1. Utah, 419. They lost 1. Kentucky, 806. They lost 18. Kansas, 956. They lost 2. Nebraska, 421. No losses. Idaho, 296. They lost 4. Oregon, 129. They lost 3. New Mexico, 152. They lost 3. Rhode Island, 76. They lost 1. Delaware, 14. They lost 1. District of Columbia, 28. And they lost 1. South Dakota, 254. They lost 2. North Dakota, 267. They lost 5. West Virginia, 135. They lost 6. Hawaii, 338. They lost 1. And they lost 1. Montana, 182. Lost 4. New Hampshire, 12. No losses. Alaska, 66. No losses. Maine, 19. 1 loss. Wyoming, 45. No losses. Vermont, 2. No losses. Guam, 47. No losses. No stats for the Mariana. Puerto Rico, 582. 8 losses. Virgin Islands picked up 4, no losses. U.S. military picked up 558. They had 2 losses. Veteran Affairs, 372, 22 losses. Federal prisons, 88, no losses. Navajo Nation, 27, 1 loss. Let's look at our total for the country. Total cases, 6,290,737 total cases. New cases of the day, 41,211. Total deaths, 189,964. New deaths, 1,090. We lost 1,100 people today in the United States. Are they getting any better now? Yeah, Labor Day. I hope everybody listened to what that article said and is very careful this Labor Day. If possible, don't do anything. Stay in the house. Just stay in the house. Eating. It's not worth it. Especially if you're indoors, it ain't worth it. And if you go outdoors and you gotta sit 6 feet apart from everybody, why do you want to go? You got six feet away from everybody. Why even bother going? Why not just meet somewhere and wave at each other, get back in your cars, and go home? That's all I'm saying. I don't get it. It ain't worth it. I hope I didn't get to CV today. I left at the house with no mask on and sat outside for half an hour running my mouth. Not realizing I ain't had no mask on. I'm so mad at myself. And then I went to the store. And when I got to the store, that's when I remembered, hey, I ain't got no mask on. What are you going to the store for? And man, I had already, shoot. I was hoping that store would be empty, but it wasn't. So I covered my face up with the shirt. If Jesus and God gonna bless me, I won't get sick, but I understand it's my fault. I went down there without no mask. It's my fault. Can't blame nobody but myself. I'm the one that did it. I can't get mad about it. I did it. I'm the one that did it. So I can't get mad. I did it to myself. So, all right, y'all. Anybody got any more links or comments? Before we get ready to get out of here, I'm going to the store tomorrow. I really don't have to, but I know I gotta go to the doctor's on Friday. Hey, what day is the day? Wednesday? Oh, it's Thursday now. Hold on. If I go out tomorrow, I'm not gonna come out on Friday. Wait a minute. I ain't think about that. If I come out tomorrow, I'm not gonna come out on Friday. I know me. What am I gonna do? If I come out tomorrow, I'm not gonna come out Friday. I know me. Because I went out today. I actually walked. I walked down to the store. Oh, I didn't think about that. I'm setting myself up here. I'm not gonna come out the house 2 days in a row. I'm setting myself up. I didn't even think about that. Thursday. But I wanted to get the I wanted to try and get the bike fixed tomorrow. I wanted to try and get the bike fixed tomorrow. You know, it's $40 to get the bike tire fixed, and it's a cab ride, probably $6 up there. And if they can't get the tire to stay on the inner tube, I'm gonna have to take a cab ride back. So if anybody would like to help us get the bike tire fixed, tomorrow's Labor Day. Tomorrow's a holiday. Well, I guess he won't be getting the bike fixed then. You know what? I keep thinking it's still August. So tomorrow's a holiday. Day is tomorrow? Oh, no. So I guess we, oh, well. Labor Day is really tomorrow. If I come out there, even the market might be open. But if I come out the house, I know I'm not gonna come out the next day. I'm not gonna go out and then come back and do a show and then get up the next morning and go to the doctor. It ain't gonna happen. Because I went and walked to the store and then came back, sell a piece. Man, my plan's messed up now. I might actually walk. I might walk to. They don't have automatic doors, so it would be too hard to get in there, and I would have to leave it outside, try to bring it into the park. That's gonna be a lot of work to get it over that first month. That's the reason why I walked. I didn't bring no camera or nothing. I mean, it only ain't even worth doing a live for. Walking 2 blocks. So I knew worth doing a live. If I had known I'd have had that conversation with the mechanic, I might could have, put the phone and recorded that, but I didn't see us doing anything, I didn't know he was gonna be there. I didn't know I was gonna talk to him. Talked to him for half an hour. Like I said, it never occurred to me I ain't had no mask on. Shame. I don't know. I figure out what I'm gonna do. Cause we might have a short show tomorrow, and then I'll be live. Y'all coming to the cardiologist with me? Can we do it again? We got 2,000 people to come with us. Now see, if I had got the bike fixed, could have rode the bike out there on Friday. Let me see if they open tomorrow. Hold on. So I had to call there. Let me bookmark that page, and I'll call them tomorrow. Let me bookmark this at the bottom right here. Paste, because it says it's open 1 to 7, so they close on Tuesday. They open every other day, but they open. I call. Hey, everybody left. I'm about to ask, did anybody want to help get the bike fixed? I'm going to get you, Naya. It's next week. I'm going to get you, Naya. You everything on Labor Day was tomorrow. I'm going to get you, Naya. Let me see. Pay the calendar. Everything on Labor Day was... Let me see. Where's the calendar at? Labor Day is the 7th. Today only the 3rd. I'm gonna get you 9. You had me thinking Labor Day was tomorrow. I'm gonna get you. Labor Day is next week. But would anybody like to help get the tire on the bike fixed? You said Labor Day, then you said Thursday. And I had him look at the phone, and the phone said the day was Thursday. And so I thought Labor Day was, you know, today. And I was like, I can't get the bike fixed. But it's officially the 3rd. Yeah, you said Labor Day. I was thinking Labor Day was tomorrow. I mean today. Well, we ain't closed our eyes and gone to sleep yet. Tomorrow's when you wake up. So, and I got to change my sleep habits. I'm getting up at, you know, actually I'm waking up to go to the bathroom at like 7 or 8 and then waking up again at 12. I need to be out the door. I'm supposed to be there at 1. Don't be there 15 minutes early, so I want to leave out of here at 10, 11 o'clock. And if I'm going to ride out there, yeah, I need to be up early for Friday. That's going to be a hike. But I don't know, though. I mean, it might be kind of risky to ride the bike out there because I haven't rode the bike in months. I go out there and kill myself. I hadn't thought about that, y'all. I ain't rode the bike in months. I'm dead serious. I have not rode that bike in months. I'm talking about riding the bike out there. I ain't rode that bike in months. I might go out there and kill myself. But it is a ways though. But like I said, the scooter going to do the work. It's supposed to go. It said 8 miles one way. I don't know if I believe that, but I'm gonna push it until they cut off. And then I got the power bank. That's why I'm gonna leave early. And I'm gonna have a little power bank. And I mean, shoot, it powered the bike halfway, and the bike is 36 volt, and the scooter is 24 volt. So it should do more for the scooter than for the bike, right? I'm just asking the question. It should do more for the scooter than the bike, right? I'm just asking somebody, because I think if I get down to the last dot, I should put it on, find me a place, you know, sit down there. Like if I can make it to Cold Spring and Loch Raven, it's a little restaurant. And I mean, I can go in there and like order fries or something, you know, and just sit there. And if they don't have a plug, if they got a plug, that's even better. But if they don't have a plug, you know, I can go in there and, you know, let the bike charge up, you know, and I'll be nice and safe. You know, I just take my time nibbling them fries, you know, and just hang out in there. And if the place still open. And like I said, it's a market. I know it's a library right there. I might can go in the library and ask them, can I steal some juice? But it should make it there. They said 8 miles. How many miles is it to the hospital? Seriously, how many miles is it to the hospital? I don't believe the bike gonna carry me no daggone. I think if you're 150 pounds, it go 8 miles, and you know we 100 above that. Good Samaritan Hospital. Directions. So if you in the car, it's 10 minutes. Yeah. We ain't in no car, so let's say we're on a bike. I think we should be walking, because it's 4 miles per hour. Yeah, so let's say walking. 1 hour and 7 minutes. So let's say if I go straight up Loch Raven, I mean if I leave out of here and I go straight up Loch Raven, so that means going up the mountain to hit Loch Raven is going to kill. That's going to kill the battery right there. If I go straight up the hill, up the mountain, that's going to kill half the battery right there. What I might do is, I might go up the first part of the mountain, right, and take Kirk Avenue, and then take Kirk Avenue. You know what I'm saying? I might take Kirk Avenue and take that out to 33rd or the Alameda, whichever one that is, and then I come out and then get on Loch Raven. That might work. That might work. The problem is that it's a lot of rivers. Wait a minute, this is 3.1 miles. So let's look at the details. Head northwest on Gutman toward Loch Raven Road. Gutman? Turn right on the Loch Raven. Where's Gutman at? Well, like I said, it's supposed to be 3.1 miles. And what's the other way? What's the other way? Details. Head north. Where's Gutman at? What the heck is a Gutman? Head northwest on Gutman Avenue toward Loch Raven Road. Turn right on Loch Raven Road. Turn right on East 25th Street. What? Turn left toward Kirk Avenue. Turn left on the Kirk Avenue. Slide right on the Loch Raven. MedStar. But it's basically, I might as well just take it. Look, y'all, I gotta go from here all the way up. All the way up. God darn it. All right, you can go to satellite. Let's map this out here. Can we go full screen? Let's blow it up. I need y'all to notice something. I'm way down here. Y'all hear what I'm saying? I'm way down here. Okay? Let's go to map. Let's blow it up. So basically, we're gonna go up. That's 33rd. The market is up here. We're gonna go, oh, that's a long way, y'all. Look at that. That's a long way. That's a long, we going up. We ain't even got there yet. Hey. I don't know, y'all. That's a ways. That is a ways. If we can make it to Cold Spring, it's a library right here. It's a shopping center. I should be able to go in there and get some juice. Let's see what the weather is. But let's see what the weather is. Man, y'all can see that's a ways. That's the market right there. Look how far it is from the market. God damn, look at that, y'all. Woo! Y'all see me ride to the market. That market is a straight shot. Literally, a straight shot. We had to go all the way up. God darn. All right. Baltimore weather. Baltimore weather. I said Baltimore weather. How you get here, man? What are you doing? Humidity is 93%. No wonder. No wonder I hit the ground. The humidity is 93%. I'm outside walking around and the humidity was 93%. I'm outside all that time. No wonder. I guess I'm getting better. All right, tomorrow is supposed to rain, 90 degrees. Let me see. All right, Friday, the humidity 55%, 87 degrees, mostly sunny. Okay. That's not bad. Now let's look tomorrow. See, I don't want to push my luck, but let's look at the hourly forecast. All right, so when the rain supposed to start? Oh man. 7 a.m., partly cloudy. If I go early, so it ain't supposed to rain till 2 o'clock. If I go early, like, I don't know how these Koreans cook this chicken, but I got 2 pieces, I got 2 chicken thighs from the Koreans already cooked. I don't know, it's some of the sorriest looking chicken I've seen in my life, but we gonna eat it tonight. And I got some snacks that I got from the Walgreens, and that's some of the sorriest chicken I've seen in my life. I don't know who the heck cooked that, but I'm gonna heat it up, and I'm gonna eat that tonight. Like I said, I got snacks in there that I got from the market, and I'm gonna get up tomorrow, and it's best for me to get up early. They open at 6. So it's already 12:28. If I eat this and fall asleep to the wrestling, the Wednesday night Dynamite should have came on. There's JD from New York. And that way. So I wanted to get the bike fixed tomorrow, but I might just ride up to the for the rain tomorrow. I don't be riding no bike in the rain. I might just wait, maybe Monday. But I'm gonna go ahead and I think I'm gonna go ahead and I'll just wait. I'll just take the scooter up there. Like I said, I got the little power bank. Even though it's charged, it says 100%. I'm gonna make sure because I haven't charged it in like a week. I think I'm gonna make sure that I charge that little power bank, and we'll keep that basket. And I got the 2 cheap masks there in case I forget to come out of the house with one. But we'll go ahead and we'll ride to the market. I'm gonna try to go early in the morning or when I get up, so it won't affect the show. And then we'll do the show when I wake up again. I'm gonna take a nap after I get back, and then we're not gonna stay on late. And I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna try to ride up there, and y'all be live with me, and we're gonna try to ride to the hospital. So we're gonna be live, and I'm gonna take down that camera angle, and I'm gonna do that when I get up. I got that thing there. I got that microphone thing hooked up. I'm going to take that down, and I'm going to put the camera back on the handlebar. That way, y'all won't. Even though I know y'all had to see my ugly mug on the screen, but we'll do that so it won't stand out so much, and we'll go ahead and put that back, and we'll have the power banks will be in the front. We ain't got to worry about the lights because it's not going to be during the day, so we ain't got to worry about the lights. And the sun been coming up at 6 something, so I don't have to worry about lights when I go to the market tomorrow. If I can get up, I'll go to the market, and if I can get up, I'll go to the market early. Then we'll come back, do the show. I'll get some sleep, and then we'll go out and do what we gotta do. So, all right. Like I said, it looks good. 6 a.m. So we should be good. Hopefully the lights got enough charge on them if it is dark. And we'll leave it at that. So hopefully we'll make a day of it on Friday. So I hope y'all come keep me company. Cause it's gonna be a nice scenic ride, and it ain't gonna be like on the bike. We ain't gonna be driving fast. So we ain't gonna be driving fast. 4 miles per hour. But we gonna go up there to the hospital. It's gonna be a nice scenic route. Y'all gonna see some beautiful houses, some beautiful buildings. So hope y'all come keep me company. Let y'all see another side of Baltimore. But, I usually come back on the right-hand side of the road, so we're gonna try and go up. On the left-hand side, we're gonna try and go up on the right-hand side. So at least we're going with traffic. I'm gonna stay on the sidewalk. That's gonna kill the battery. Right in the sidewalks is gonna kill the battery. You already know that. Like I said, I might charge the I'm gonna charge the alarm up. I come back in, I'm gonna put a power bank on the alarm and put a power bank on the. Make sure all my power banks are charged up. Because what I could do is, since the black power bank is 20,000, the black power bank is 20,000. It's 20,000 milliamp. The little power bank is 22,700 milliamp. What I might do is, I know when I get to the hospital, I'm gonna be able to charge up. But what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna bring a plug, and I'm going to, if I have to empty that power bank out to make it there, I'm gonna plug it in when we get to the hospital. I'm gonna plug in the little power bank and let that be charging. That thing takes forever to charge. I'm gonna let that be charging. Then, if on the way back, we'll stop at the market and I'll ride around in that cart and I'll do what we did last time. I'll put the 360 camera in my pocket and I'll hold the phone in my hand. I don't care what y'all say, we need a gimbal. And it's too late for the day Thursday. It's too late, but we do need something handheld. We do need something handheld. When because when we get into the other cart, when we get into the cart at Giants, while the scooter charging up, but while I'm in there shopping, I'm not even gonna be getting a lot of stuff. I'm just gonna be in there just BSing, you know, while the scooter charge up. We can get home. But I'll let it charge up and we can be in there shopping and getting stuff. Getting it. And I need something to hold the phone because I had a phone in my hand. And if I had a gimbal, then I wouldn't have to worry about it. Or like a fast mount. If I had a gimbal or a fast mount, I could mount the phone and wouldn't have to worry about it. I don't know where I put the thing at. Where did I put it? Good question. Where did I put it? I know I took it out. I know where I put it. I know it. Oh, I know where it is. It's on the thing. Okay. What I could try and do is see if I could put the phone on the hat. It's gonna block the minister part though. But I might see if I could put the phone. I don't know if it'll weigh the hat down to the point it fall off. But I could try to put the phone, because I ain't been carrying the backpack. I used to keep it on the backpack. But if I put the phone over there, will it stay on my hat? Here's the phone right here. If I put the phone on my hat, I don't know if it'll hold the weight. See, it's downstairs on the scooter, the clip. I would have to see. Anyway, this will hold the phone. I don't know about the weight. Okay, this would hold the phone. And this will hold the phone. Do I look retarded? Tell me, y'all, do I look retarded with this on? Somebody tell me. Let me see. It's gonna block the minister part. But if I can put the phone on the hat, is there a way to get it to sit? I might can get it to sit like this, maybe. And then it'll be on my head. And then the other phone, I'll put down on the, I'll put this phone and I'll log in like we used to do with the 360 camera. I'll log in on this phone. This phone will be powering this phone though. But I'll log in on this phone and watch, I'll be able to chat with y'all on this phone. And then we won't need to bring the Witchcom. And we got a charger. The only problem is, how would I charge it while it's on my head? That's what I ain't figured out. How would I charge it while it's on my head? Anybody have an idea? How would I charge it while it's on my head? That's the one thing I can't figure out. How would it charge while it was on my head? Maybe I should leave it the way I got it. It's the way I got it, I got it. Because I'm not going to be able to charge. The way I got it set up now, I got a power bank that's on the 360-degree camera. And it's on this phone. Okay? And I got a power bank that runs this phone. And it runs the Bluetooth speaker. Now, if I bring, but then how would they put it up here? That's what I can't figure out because the battery would die. If it's on the power bank, then we got hours, especially with that 20 milliamp. Especially with that 20,000 milliamp, we got hours of battery life. Hours of battery life. And if the 10,000 milliamp go bad, I could plug the 20,000 milliamp and still be going. You could just take 20, put that up behind my head. So I'm gonna leave it the way it is, and we'll see if somebody say something. If they do, I'll just take it down. Anyway, I'm not gonna go. We not gonna go through all that. We not gonna go through all that. Because even if I put this on top and put the 360-degree camera back on the handlebars, this gonna look more retarded sitting up there. This gonna look more retarded than this is. This is gonna look more retarded. They'll wonder what the heck this is, but this will look more. They're gonna know this is a phone. So I'm gonna leave it the way I got it. It's sweet name. We'll just leave it. Won't complain. Alrighty, y'all. Glad we was able to come, hang out together. I appreciate y'all keeping me company. Y'all don't realize it. And I would like to say, don't question what God is doing. God knows what He's doing. If you're having problems, chances are you are the cause of it. Things that you did, or things that you allowed somebody to do to you or for you, is the reason why you're having the problem that you might be having. Because if you were listening and talking with Jesus every day, like I told you, you wouldn't be going through a lot of the things that you're going through. So you really wouldn't need to be blaming God for anything. But always know, when you have problems, you're being tested. Know that you are being tested. Okay? You're being tested. See how your faith will hold up. But see, you might not see the end, but Jesus and God see it. You might not see it, but they see it. You might not see the situation. They see it. Why worry about something that you can't fix? God got an answer for you. You got to be patient. I know you want the answer right now. I know you want the relief right now. It's coming. You don't know where it could come from. You don't know where. But all you got to do is just believe. And somehow, right when you least expect it, you're going to get what you asked for. And you might say that it was too late. But chances are, wherever you're waiting for, you made it to that point. And if you would have got it earlier, you would have blown it already, and you would need it again. They got the answer. It's something for you at the end of the tunnel. No matter how bad it seems. But don't question. Even if you do question, don't break the connection. Keep the connection. I don't understand why you're doing this, but you must have a plan. I'm going to believe in your plan. I don't understand why you're doing it, but I believe you got something planned, and I don't want to miss out on it. Whatever you got planned, I don't want to miss out on it. I believe in you, and I believe you got something, and I want to be a part of it. Whatever you got planned, I want to be a part of it. So I'm going to follow you. As Barney Rubble would say, Fred, I'm with you. And so you stick with him. Don't let the things of this world pull you from that relationship. That's the most important thing in your life, that relationship. Don't let nobody come. Nobody. Alrighty, y'all. I'm going to get out of here. As Naya would say, see you soon. As I say, y'all have a great night, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Be looking for me. Make sure you subscribe. If you're not subscribed, make sure you subscribe. If you can do me a favor, hit the like button on your way out. It helps with the YouTube algorithms. And maybe it'll be offered to some people that you might be subscribed to. And maybe they'll come over here and join us. And if you got friends that you talk to in other chats, invite them to come over here. I know y'all like to keep it small and intimate because, you know, you like who you like. But let other people come over here. Let your friends know. Let your social media friends know. Come over here and hang out with us. You know, don't keep me all to yourself. Hit the share button. There's a share button on YouTube. You can share the video to social media. Share it to your Instagram, your Twitter. Let everybody know that you watch this show and they come over there and hang with you. You know, help me advertise the show. Y'all have a great night. Like Naya says, rest well, gang, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. And I'm glad we was able to get this show in there, considering the bad start that we had. Y'all have a great one, and I will see y'all. Not tomorrow, because tomorrow is already here. But I'll see you later on today. Peace, everybody.